Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. We seem to be having a problem streaming on Kick. I was just notified, therefore, screw it. Because I don't have time to fix that right now, and I also don't know how. Yes, StreamYards, I'm aware of the Kick thing. How do I tell it to shut up? Ah, there is a remove button. We are doing that. Let's hope it doesn't crash. Oh, please be working. Okay. I got rid of the Kick, so it shouldn't keep spamming me with messages. Hopefully it's working. I mean, the regular part. In other words, I hope everyone can hear/see me. I am, as usual, desperately trying to recall what happened last week. The honeymoon ended, finally. The never-ending honeymoon finally ended. She went out on a jet ski alone. He got mad, yelled at his staff like a total douchebag, then let her drive a jet ski with him on the back. Somehow she managed to knock them both off it in a way that didn't seem plausible. We also learned he doesn't think that he needs a life jacket, but she does, because he's that guy as well, which is terrible. Hi, Link. But yeah, he's that douchebag as well. They came home. Trying to think, has anything else happened? We confirmed that the helicopter crash was arson. Oh yeah, somebody tried to blow up the server room at his offices because, again, he's very rich but has no security whatsoever. And then they went to, I think they went to something at his, like a welcome back kind of lunch at his parents' house or something. Like, I think we barely got to see it. Oh yeah, he played the piano and like sang a song and everybody was like mesmerized because he never does things like that. But yeah, we had to stop mid-chapter, but we are at the point where they're coming back from the parents' house. He thinks somebody is following them. We don't know if he's right or wrong. But it is weird that they have two security in a follow car. And this is, of course, when he's decided that she can finally drive, because even though he bought her a car like forever ago, I think he's bought her two now, he never lets her drive, and he is the world's worst passenger because of like anxiety. But yeah, he let her drive, and now someone is following them. And even though, again, they have security in a follow car, which is still a fuck up, you should have security. Neither of them should be driving. Security should be doing the driving, but there are about a billion better ways to lose a potential tail than what he is about to tell her to do. So we've got that to look forward to. I do have a pen and a piece of paper at hand because I am going to be a petty ass little bitch and write down every time. I'm going to put a little tick every time that he is breaking the law. Or actually, she's breaking the law because she's the one driving. But yeah, we're gonna keep a tally. But this is the scene that I am like most amazed they don't kill anyone in. And keeping in mind that my headcanon has him as a like serial killer with a body count of at least 14. But we will get to all that, of course. All in good time. But for now, if you wouldn't mind, I'll rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! And hello, Deacon. Oh, I wish StreamYard hadn't gotten rid of the words on things. It's annoying. Okay, hello everyone. Hello everyone in the chat. We're doing something a little different with the makeup tonight. We've got our pride on. Because why not? We're getting into spooky season, which is my favorite time of year, so expect some costumes throughout October because I got wigs and shit. I might as well use them. And I like playing dress up. It's fun. So, yeah, we're going to be breaking out the makeup and the wigs and stuff. Hey, look at Link observing internet rules by remembering to stand and stretch. I got to remember to do that more because when I sit here for like 4.5 hours, wow, am I stiff at the end. So yeah, I got to stand up during those stretch breaks more than I do. You know, I also know rules of the internet. I just don't always listen. You know, except for Rule 34, which is always true. You're gonna dress up as Smoke from Sinners? I'm not surprised that your costume hails from there. I don't have a Halloween costume yet. I mean, I've got my standard, but all my best handmade dresses are both destroyed. So, I don't know. I don't think I have anything else. You even got a little bubble pipe? Cool. Very cool. The details and the accessories always make a costume. Oh, all right. So we got. I do indeed have, as promised, pen and paper to keep tally of how many laws are about to. Can't pull off Morticia yet. Oh God, I would love to dress up as Morticia. God, the ridicule I'd be inviting though. No way. But yeah, Morticia would be a great costume. I'm sure I wanted to dress up as her at some point as a child, and I probably was too scared to ask because that would have been. I probably would have gotten a no on that. Ooh, and there's lots of sirens nearby. Yeah. The 90s Addams Family was one of those shows my mom said was okay, but my grandparents didn't, so it depended on who was home at the time, whether I was allowed to watch it or not. Remember when you had that situation, kids? Didn't it suck? Didn't it feel like the adults were acting more like children than you? Okay, that is getting really close. Oh, I bet it's the building across the street. Yeah, there's a building across the street that the fire department is frequently there, and that's fire department, not police. Okay. Your mom had an It costume? I love it. That would be so hot, though. Why I start yawning? It's like my brain forgets that I'm awake. Oh, I forgot to introduce the ducks. I was sitting here going, what am I not doing? They're supposed to be doing. I didn't introduce the ducks. Duh. Alright, as always, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Songsu, Baba, Chibiz, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Gilbert, Jethro, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Luffy, and Russell. Ha! Remembered them all. Not gonna lie, female Pennywise is quite scary. I've seen that costume. It's one of those costumes that actually works really well. Converted into a girl costume. As long as it's not like the stupid sexy version and just personal let's do a public service announcement. To Spirit Halloween and all of the other Halloween stores. Stop making a goddamn sexy version of everything. Nobody wants this. You can make a girl costume that is not sexy whatever and still looks good. All right, now we're ready to start. I can't start without introducing the ducks. There would be a riot. They're very choosy. Oh, and I also should go over our donation tiers because we have an extra one tonight. We have our usual ducks, of which these are the remaining options. For our ducks pulled at random for $10. The PayPal link should be at the top of the chat, I hope. We have our painted ducks that are not yet on stage. We have 2 of them on stage already. We have our remaining 5 painted ducks that somehow this box of knives has become their stage. Don't ask me why. It just kind of happened. So they are available as well for $15. For $25, I will put on these very real police handcuffs that have a double key because we practice safety here. So there's a key in here and there's a key around my monitor because we practice safety here. So I will always make sure I have a key at hand if I need to get out of them in a hurry. But these are $25 per 20 pages or $50 for the whole night. Or for exactly $50, I will chug this glass of wine filled to this point at any point in the stream. That option is only available 1 time per evening. And making a return appearance, my spiked bra for $100. I will turn the camera off for roughly 90 seconds, take the bra I'm currently wearing off, and put on the one with spikes, which in this dress you will definitely be able to tell that I am wearing it. Okay, now we're ready. Okay, so they're just like getting into traffic, and he's starting to freak out. They haven't even, by the way, they have not confirmed that the suspicious car is actually like following them. They have no way of actually knowing this for sure. And there are roughly 1,000 better ways to either know if somebody is tailing you or to ditch a tail than what he is about to tell her to do, and her being incredibly brainwashed is about to do. So more than usual, we do not endorse this section of the book, and please don't ever do anything this stupid. Steady, baby. I keep my voice even, though inside my stomach is in knots. She drops her speed and starts to weave between the two lanes. Okay, there we go, changing lanes probably without signaling in repeatedly. There's our first one. Knotting my hands together, I hold them in my lap so I don't distract her. Good girl. I glance behind us. We have our first burn. First page, and I get to burn something. Because good girl is on the list. What is it? Good girl, husband material, later's babe, and didn't we add one? I feel like I added one last week and now I've forgotten. I glance behind us. I can't see the Dodge. We're right behind the unsub, Mr. Gray. Oh, you were so watching Criminal Minds. Unsub. Nobody else uses that term. And your hired security is not going to use the term unsub. They're going to say like suspicious person, suspicious vehicle, whatever. Yeah, husband material is one. Good girl, later's babe. What was... Oh, it was something equally stupid. I don't remember. Oh, this is why I need to write things down. My brain doesn't work, especially when it comes to memory. But I have the excuse that I got hit by a car and it fucked up my brain. So I've met people who don't have that excuse who also have no memory. Sawyer's voice says over the speaker, "He's trying to catch up with you, sir. We're going to try and come alongside. Put ourselves between your car and the Dodge." Good. Mrs. Gray is doing well. At this rate, provided the traffic remains light, and from what I can see it is, we'll be off the bridge in a few minutes. Sir. We speed past the bridge control tower. We're halfway. Anna's traveling fast, but smoothly and confidently. She's got this. By the way, we have nothing, there is like nothing in her background that says she should be able to handle this at all. And, you know, she's kind of got a history of not being a great driver. The few 30 seconds here and there that he's actually let her drive. You're doing really well, Anna. Where am I headed? Mrs. Gray, head for the I-5 and then south. We'll want to see if the Dodge follows you all the way. Or you could just, stop. You could get off the bridge and just pull into the first random parking lot, business, building, get out of the car and go inside somewhere where there's people. Maybe call the police if you're genuinely concerned. In other words, you are the one turning this into a car chase and you don't need to do that. The lights on the bridge are green, thank goodness, and Anna continues at speed. Shit. Wait, there are bridges that have traffic lights? Are you fucking with me? It's got to be an America thing because, here it's illegal to stop on a bridge. So you would never, ever, 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 ever see traffic lights on a bridge. Ever. No? No what? That makes too much sense. Yes, it does. And also, we need car chase scene for movie viewing. Even though in the movie it's really short. It's barely I think a full minute. So I don't know why they didn't draw it out more. The lights are green, thank goodness, and Anna continues at speed. Shit. There are cars backed up coming off the bridge. Anna slows, and I see her glance in the rearview mirror looking for the Dodge. 10 or so cars back, she says. Yes. Staring behind us, I spot it. Yeah, I see it. I wonder who the fuck it is. Me too. Do we know if it's a man driving? Anna directs her comment to my phone. No, Mrs. Gray, could be a man or a woman. The tint is too dark. A woman, I ask. Anna shrugs. You're Mrs. Robinson? What? No. I've not heard from Elena since... Well, since the wedding, when she sent that fucking text. I reach for my phone and pull it out of the cradle to mute it. She's not my Mrs. Robinson, I grumble. I haven't spoken to her since my birthday. Yes, she is. That's not right, Gray. This is in his head. I called her when I gifted her the business, but now's not the time to mention that. Elena wouldn't do this. It's not her style. I do actually believe him on that. Layla? She's in Connecticut with her parents, I told you. Are you sure? No, but if she'd absconded, I'm sure her folks would have let Flynn know. Why? He's a therapist on the other side of the country who's obviously not treating her anymore when she got sent back home to her parents as if she was all better. Let's discuss this when we're home. Concentrate on what you're doing. But it might just be some random car. She has a point here. This is why you pull into a business. Ow. Not taking any risks. Not where you're concerned. Yeah, so making her drive recklessly at a high speed. That's not risky at all. Like, does anybody else notice he doesn't make sense to himself? I sound brusque, but I don't care. Anna, as ever, is challenging. Unmuting my BlackBerry, I place it back in the cradle speaker. The traffic starts to ease and Anna's able to increase her speed along the intersection. What if we get stopped by the cops? Here we go, she asks. That would be a good thing. Yeah, or you could just call them. Not for my license. Don't worry about that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, just don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine, babe. Like I have good lawyers. Like, oh my god. The arson attempt and Charlie Tango's sabotage are all part of a police investigation. I think that's the first time we're actually hearing it confirmed that yes, somebody involved the police. I'm sure any police officers would be more than interested in our stalker. So why aren't you calling them, you fucking dipshit? He's cleared the traffic and picked up speed. Sawyer's dismembered voice is calm and informative. He's doing 90. Wait, if I recall, 90 is like 140 here. So, in other words, they're speeding like fucking crazy. Like, that is, you will die if you crash speed. Anna accelerates, and my beautiful car responds like the finely honed machine she is, climbing to 95 with ease. I'm saying they're speeding at this point. I'm adding a tick for speeding, because you've got to be speeding at that. It's the zany miles an hour. It's ridiculous. Yes, we are all worried about this author. And county police always recommend finding the nearest police station to pull into if you believe you're being followed. Also, 411 is a good number to call to verify police patrols. Oh, 411 is information here. Okay, I guess it's different in the States. See, I would have called the wrong number if I was trying to find a phone number. Because yeah, 411 is what you dial here if you need the number to somewhere and you either don't have a phone book or you can't read one. Because when I was living with a roommate who was legally blind, we got 411 for free because she's legally blind, so she couldn't read a phone book. So yeah, she got to use information for free. Yeah, the highway speed limit is 75, so they're confirmed. They're doing 20 over, which I would think would get you pulled over fairly quickly. Had to do that once, called the emergency thing and told them there's a suspicious car outside my house. Yeah, it's true. And they moved. Ah! Yeah, it's hard to be stealthy when you have to be like parked on a street, like staking out a house or something. But since we cleared the page, I get to play with fire. It's very early to be playing with fire, but I'll take it. And hopefully not burn through several pages, because I really don't want to. I meant to fill this up and I didn't. Okay. Our inaugural fire for the evening. 3, 2, 1. Whoa, it flashed. Okay, it flashed and burned a perfect hole. I'm telling you, this book is protected by Satan. It didn't burn as much as I wanted. That's better. It doesn't even smell right. See, and it crackles and breaks apart like this. Like, it's very weird. Keep it up, Anna, I assure her. Anna coasts onto I-5 and immediately crosses several lanes to get into the fast lane. Is that legal? Can you merge onto the highway and cross, like, I don't know, 4 lanes at once? Smooth, baby, smooth. He's hit 100 miles per hour, sir. Fuck. Stay with him, Luke. I bark at Sawyer. So nobody is noticing these 3 cars that are, like, completely driving recklessly, speeding a lot, and are all following each other. Like, nobody on the road around them is, like, speed dialing 911 to say, hey, there's, like, some kind of street race or something going on, because that's what you would think. A semi lurches into our lane and Anna hits the brakes, so we're thrown forward. Fucking idiot, I shout. You're the idiot! Christ, he could have killed us. Yeah, slow the fuck down. Go around him, baby. I grit between clenched teeth. Anna maneuvers across 3 lanes, past several cars and the fucking semi, and then back into the passing lane, leaving the asshole behind us. I'm putting a mark for that. I'm sorry, but there's no way she did that legally. No fucking way. Not in one move. No way. Nice move, Mrs. Gray. Where are the cops when you need them? You know, you have a phone. I don't. Oh. Yeah, semi. He deliberately said, it's right above. He said she got into the fast lane. And then a semi, like, I guess, merged into that lane, cutting them off. Yeah, a semi lurches into our lane. Yeah, and it said, immediately crosses several lanes to get into the fast lane. So she's in the fast lane, and then a semi truck merged into that lane in front of them, is what it said. Crossing 4 lanes is barely legal, but something that I've seen quite often driving on the highway. Fast lane is the far left, where people are usually speeding. Okay. I don't think a semi truck belongs in the fast lane. Like, isn't there usually a dedicated lane just for trucks? I don't want a ticket, Christian, she says without heat. Have you had a speeding ticket yet? Have you had a speeding ticket driving this? No, but nearly. Have you been stopped? Yes. Oh. Charm. It all comes down to charm. I'm not even sure who's saying what at this point. Yes, Mrs. Gray, believe it or not, I can be charming. Oh, so that's him saying he's been pulled over for speeding but managed to charm his way out of it. Now concentrate. Where's the Dodge, Sawyer? I ask. He's just hit 110, sir. Do I even want to know what the fuck that translates to here? That's got to be like 160. That's insane. And nobody is noticing this. Nobody is trying to stop them. Anna gasps and she puts her foot down so the Audi picks up speed. There's a Ford Mustang in our way. Fucking hell. Flash the headlights, I yell. Oh, not allowed to do that. Nope, that's a no. I know, right? Like a speeding, I would not even be in the realm of like caring about a potential speeding ticket right now. There's no dedicated lanes for trucks. Semis really get in the fast lane. Might have been passing someone, yeah. And there are like truckers who definitely think they own the road. So they don't really worry about cutting people off as much as they should. But that would make me an asshole. So be an asshole, I hiss, trying to keep my anger at the Mustang and my spiraling anxiety in check. Where are the headlights? Anna asks. The indicator. Pull it towards you. The prick gets the message and moves over, giving us the finger. He's the asshole, I mutter. Get off on Stewart, I tell Anna. We're taking the Stewart Street exit, I inform Sawyer. Head straight to Escala, sir. Or just pull into any fucking random business. It would probably be safer than going home. Anna glances in the mirror, her brow furrowed. She signals and moves across 4 lanes of the highway, straight down the off-ramp, slowing down and then turning smoothly onto Stewart Street. She is amazing. Yeah, all of a sudden she has driving skills, even though she couldn't make it like a full 2 minutes driving a jet ski in the middle of an open ocean. Like, there's no consistency to anything she can or cannot do. Why is it too early to drink? I've been damn lucky with the traffic, but that means the Dodge has too. Don't slow down, Anna. Get us home. I can't remember the way, she squeaks. Head south on Stewart. Keep going until I tell you when. She cruises down the street. Shit, the lights at Yale are yellow. Run them, Anna, I urged, and I was telling her to run a red light. Anna overreacts and we're thrown back as we speed through the intersection. The light on red. Confirmed. He even says it. She just not only sped up, but blew a red light. Hold the mess on. Yes, yes. Yes, this is how much we have left. We're in the midst of chapter 21. There are a total of 43 chapters of varying lengths, and I mean very varying, everywhere from 1 page to 55 and everything in between. We're currently on page 287 out of 755. So we've got about 475 pages left. But yeah. This is what's we've read. This is what's left. It's a fucking huge ass book. It's literally more than twice the length. So compared to some of the original 50 Shades, this is 3 times the length. And it is twice the length of the 2 retelling books that preceded it. There's something consistent. E.L. James needing her to do something. Yes. Yep. She gets the Mary Sue treatment. I need her to do something, therefore she just suddenly can. I should be cleaning. Tell Butters to put the mop on his tail, and you'll be fine. Or is Butters too lazy? You don't feel like that fight with Kitty? Yeah. Especially if Kitty still has his claws. He's taking Stuart, Sawyer says. Stay with him, Luke. Luke? That's his name. Didn't you know? She glances at me. Eyes on the road, I yell. Luke Sawyer? Yes. Why are we talking about this now? Ah, that's me, ma'am, Sawyer says. The unsub is heading down Stewart, sir. He's really picking up speed. Okay, now they're not on a highway. They're in the city now. They're in downtown Seattle. You're telling me nobody is noticing 3 cars doing 110 in a major urban city, and one of them just blew a red light. No, Anna, less of the fucking chit-chat. We're stopped at the first light on Stewart, Sawyer informs us. Anna, quick, in here. I point to the parking lot on the south side of Boren Avenue. Yeah, idiot, you should have done that a long time ago. She turns sharply, gripping the steering wheel, and the expensive tires on my magnificent R8 squeal in disapproval, but Anna holds it and swerves into the crowded lot. Shit, that must have been a 1/4 inch off the tread. Dude, you can afford it. Drive around, quick. Anna takes us to the back of the parking lot. In there. I point to an empty space. Anna gives me a quick, panicked look. Just fucking do it, I growl. And she does, perfectly. As if she spent her whole life driving my car. Yeah, she can just suddenly do, like, high-speed, high-performance shit. And there's no way I'm not highlighting him saying just fucking do it. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Hey, persnickety! Fun fact, Sasha knows fuck all about pairing watches to phones, and when the two decide to stop speaking, she's rather useless, but we made it to the stream nonetheless. Aw, thank you, and thank you, Sasha. Aw, I'm sure she knows other things. She's a smart girl. Yeah, there's no way on earth they're doing over 100 in the middle of Seattle. Like, yes, that's got to be one of the most, like, dense and crowded, like, areas. Downtown areas. I'm picturing, like, downtown Toronto, where the average traffic speed is about 15 kph. Because, and that's not, like, that's not the speed limit, but that's how fast you're going to be going in downtown Toronto, because the traffic doesn't fucking move. So there's no way you would ever get anywhere close to these speeds. I know Puppy is useless at tech issues, but I'm also sure she had her head in your lap going, pet me for stress relief. I'm helping. But yes, we just had a 110-mile-an-hour car chase where he shouted at her to run a red light in downtown Seattle, and she did, and they didn't die. Now they've pulled into a parking lot. Oh, God, the scene where he chokes her. God. Okay, I hope James edited that out. I really do, because it was awful. And I'm not allowed to drink yet. And, just thinking, okay, my stomach just, like, did a flip just thinking about that. I really don't want to puke tonight. Well done, Anna. We're hidden in the parking lot between Stewart and Boren, I tell Sawyer. Okay, sir, stay where you are. We'll follow the unsub. He sounds a little irritated. Yeah, because he told you to go home. Tough. I turn to Anna. You okay? Sure. Her voice is deathly quiet, and I know she's really shaken. I try for humor to calm us both. This is why they're gonna fuck. He's gonna use sex to, like, calm her down. Whoever's driving that Dodge can't hear us, you know. Hannah laughs. Loudly. Too loudly. She's masking her fear. Well, duh. Okay, yes, persnickety, you have a point. Puppy peaced out and she's sleeping. No, okay, I apologize for saying E.L. James can edit. I spent all week doing that and kicking my butt to get it done. I finally finished part 3 of my twisted fairy tale that is polished and ready to be seen. I have not posted any of it on a public site yet because I are chicken. But I should do that. But I do think I have the name I'm going to use for converting it from fanfic to actual novel that I can send to publishers. I think I have the name that is going to replace Hannibal Lecter. At least for the girl character, I don't have to replace her name because she goes through a few, but they're all common and they're not specifically tied to anything, and she usually doesn't have a last name, so it doesn't matter. But Hannibal Lecter is definitely trademarked. So I had to come up with something else. But I think I have got a name that I like. I'm still doing research. I'm sending it out to a few select friends and getting opinions. Oh, which for Snickety, I meant to send it to you earlier. I will do that in a moment. Please don't say it in the chat. I don't want it made public yet. But yeah, mostly just trying to give people the name and then see what they think of it and like what does it bring to mind, like if I point at someone in a crowded room and say, "Oh, that's this person," what are you picturing? We're passing Stewart and Boren now. I see the lot. He's gone straight past you, sir. Thank Christ. The relief is instant. For Anna, too. I blow out a breath. Well done, Mrs. Gray. Good driving. No, it wasn't. Reaching up, I startle her when I stroke my fingertips down her face. She takes a huge gulp of air. Does this mean you'll stop complaining about my driving? She asks. No. I laugh, and it's cathartic. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Yeah, you think he's ever letting you drive? Ever, ever, ever again? Oh, you gave Butters way too many treats? Good. Happy kitty. Thank you for letting me drive your car. Under such exciting circumstances, too. She's trying to stay bright. She's trying to stay bright, but she sounds brittle, as if she's about to break. I switch off the ignition, as she's made no attempt to do so. Maybe I should drive, I offer. To be honest, I don't think I can climb out right now. To let you sit here. My legs feel like jello. Her hands are shaking. So of course he's going to think that sex is what she needs right now when that is just not. It's the adrenaline, baby. You did amazing. Amazingly well. As usual. Person who rolled a jet ski. You blow me away, Anna. You never let me down. Okay, he needs to stop or I'm going to choke him with the seatbelt. I stroke her cheek again with the back of my hand because I need to touch her, to reassure her and me that we're safe. Tears well in her eyes, and her choked sobs surprise us both as tears start coursing down her face. Great, they're gonna literally have crying sex. No, baby, no. Please don't cry. Okay, never tell a woman who is crying, please don't cry. Just on behalf of all of my species, do not do that. I can't bear to see her cry. And yet, you spent the entire first book doing nothing but making her cry. And you said you like it when the little brown-haired girls you like to whip and beat break down, push past their limit, and cry and sob while you fuck them. You said that is what gets you off the most. So, not buying that you don't like seeing her cry. Reaching over, I unbuckle her seatbelt, grasp her waist, and pull her over the center console into my lap. Her feet remain on the driver's seat. Okay, how uncomfortable would that be? And also, how strong would he have to be to do that inside a car? Smoothing her hair off her face, I kiss her eyelids and her cheeks, then bury my nose in her hair as she curls her arms around my neck and sobs into my throat. Cradling her close, I let her cry it out. Anna, 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 you did so well. In his head. Sawyer's voice startles us. The unsub is slowed down outside a Scala. He's casing the joint. Follow him, I order. Anna wipes her nose with the back of her hand, sniffles, and takes a deep breath. Use my shirt, I offer, and kiss her temple. Sorry, she says. For what? Don't be. She wipes her nose again, and I hold her chin, tipping it up and kissing her tenderly. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful, brave girl. Can I just burn the entire page, please? Can I do that? Can I rip it out and burn the whole page right now? Because I'd really like to do that. I don't have anywhere to put it. Actually, I do. What are we thinking, chat? Because the whole your lips are so soft when you cry, the fact that you even know that is creepy on a whole other level. Yes! Yes, this is, I swear to God, yeah, I think like E.L. James is the only author I've ever known that does that. Oh. Like, yes, this book is the worst. Fast and Furious level PS. Yes, true. I hadn't even thought of that. How did I not think of that? I keep my voice low, conscious of our security at the other end of the phone. Kiss me again, she whispers. Excuse me. And all I hear is the need in her voice. It lights a fire in my soul. Countdown till he mentions his cock, I swear to God. Kiss me. Her voice is husky and insistent. Retrieving my BlackBerry from its cradle, I hang up and toss it on the seat next to her feet. I weave my fingers through her hair, holding her in place while my lips find hers and my tongue finds hers. You couldn't have written that, better? That's really bad. As my lips find hers and my tongue finds hers. Seriously, just say my lips and tongue find hers. You could have edited that so fucking easily. She welcomes it, her tongue caressing mine and kissing me back with an intensity that steals my breath away. She clutches my face, her fingers skimming over stubble as she takes all I have to offer. This is supposed to be hot, but it's like, this is cry sex. This is I'm scared sex, which is usually not good sex, and not a good reason to have sex. Why do I have to read a freaking sex scene while I'm still sober? This is not fair. I groan, and my body responds. All the adrenaline heading south. I called it, warned you. Fuck, I want her. I move my hand down her body, feeling her, brushing her breasts, her waist, landing on her backside. She moves, sliding on top of my trapped dick. It got worse. It got worse. Ah, I pull away, panting. Pull away to where? You're in a passenger seat of a car and she's sitting in your lap. What? She says against my lips. Anna, we're in a car lot in Seattle. So? Well, right now I want to fuck you and you're shifting around on me. It's uncomfortable. Fuck me then. Oh, so it's her idea to have sex in the car where, people could walk by and see them or could get caught. I mean, I get why it's hot. I do. And I get that probably a lot of people have, had sex in cars. That's kind of a thing. Especially if you're a teenager with nowhere to go. She kisses the corner of my mouth as her words take me by surprise. I stare into her dark, dark eyes that are nearly all pupil. Oh my god! So, I'm sorry, did he drug her after they pulled over? Because if her eyes are nearly all pupil, like, you gotta be high as fuck for that to happen. Yes, doing it in public is technically a crime. I'm gonna guess it's one of the less prosecuted crimes. But yeah, if her eyes are like all pupil, you're not sober. All lust, all need. I'm sorry, lust does not make your eyes dilate that fucking much. A little bit, yes, true, but it's very small. Like, it is not making your eyes all pupil like you are just fucking stoned as hell. That who has a therapist, the author or Anastasia? Because no, she doesn't. She doesn't, she should. Here? I breathed, shocked. Yes, I want you. Now. I can't believe she said that. Mrs. Gray, how very brazen. I scan our environs. We're well hidden. There's no one here. We won't be seen. We can do this. My hunger for her goes into overdrive. I tighten my grip on her hair, holding her where I want her. Okay, stop controlling her by her hair. I would kill him immediately for this. I want her, and I kiss her again. Harder. Deeper. Taking. Taking. More and more. There was a period after every single one of those words. Yes, true. If she's seeing Gray's therapist, she's better off with that one. This is true. Yeah, he's moving up on my list. Flynn is neck and neck with therapist lady from Split right now. And my other hand skims again down her body to her thigh. She grips my hair. I'm so glad you're wearing a skirt. My hand travels up her thigh. She wriggles on top of me. Ah! Keep still, I grunt, tightening my grasp on her hair at the nape. So now he's like really pulling her hair in a way that has to hurt. And there's no way it's not hurting her neck, too. She's going to unman me because E.L. James doesn't know what that word means, and she thinks it means premature ejaculation, and it doesn't. Well, I think it means that, but she also uses it for crying, and I think it does mean the premature ejaculation thing sometimes, but it doesn't mean crying. Okay, had that backwards corrected. I cup her through her lace panties. They're damp already. Oh, baby. With my thumb, I circle her clitoris once, twice, and she groans, her body quivering at my touch. Still, I whisper. He always wants her to be still. Like, seriously, does he have a necrophilia fetish? Because he's always, like, always keeping her perfectly still, and it's no longer about, like, the don't touch me thing, because he's okay with her touching him. So, yeah, I'm calling bullshit that the don't touch me was ever the reason. He just likes immobile fuck dolls. That's what he likes. Like, she is not meant to be present when they are having sex. He doesn't want her moving, speaking, anything. That's like, seriously, like, she never talks when they have sex. She just goes mute and turns into this object that he's using, which is what he wants. Still, I whisper and capture her lips with mine while my thumb teases the swollen bud beneath the dewy lace. I move the material aside and sink 2 fingers inside her. She groans and tips her head towards my hand in greeting. Oh, greedy girl. Kill it with fire. And I will. Please, she whispers. Oh, you're so ready, I murmur in appreciation, and slowly slide my fingers in and out and in and out and in. Do car chases turn you on? You turn me on. Her words feed my hunger, and I withdraw my hand and slide my arm beneath her knees and lift her so she's fully on my lap, facing the windshield. Okay, so now she's sitting on his lap, facing away from him. It's plausible he has a doll fetish. Yeah, that could be that could be true. Like I know it's a kink, like Lolly or Lolita dolls, or or just plain little ABDL doll thing. There's variations. She gasps, but she starts grinding down on me. I groan. Place your legs either side of mine, I order, and run my hands down her outer thighs, then back up again, yanking her skirt out of the way. Hands on my knees, baby. Lean forward. Lift that glorious ass in the air. Mind your head. This would be so hard to do in a Like, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing the mechanics of this working. She raises her beautiful behind, and I unzip my jeans, freeing my heavy cock. Why is it heavy? Why? Putting one arm around her waist, with my other hand I tug her panties sideways, and lifting her hips I force her down and thrust balls deep inside her in one swift move. Ow. That just sounds incredibly painful. It's an R8. I forget who makes it, but it's an R8. And it's a 4-door, not convertible. Yep, that's what it said. I forced her down and thrust balls deep inside her in one swift move. My breath whistles through my lips. Yes. Ah! Anna cries out for anyone to hear, and she grinds down on me. I groan, teeth clenched. She feels out of this world. I grasp her jaw and lean her back against me and angle her head so I can kiss her throat. Okay, her throat is on, like, literally, the logistics. Because they're sitting, he is, like, if I'm him, I'm sitting in the passenger seat. Like, because this is like a sports car. This is not a big car. They're not in an SUV or something. Yeah, it's like a little tiny sports car, right? Like, there's no way. And then she's sitting on his lap, facing out. Now he's had her, like, lift her butt somehow while, like, bending forward, like, almost in half, which she would have to be. She'd have to put her head between her knees, or if there's even space, and slams her down onto his dick. Now he's saying he's pulling her back somehow. The seat is still upright. He didn't say he was, like, laying it down. So the seat is still upright. He's saying he's pulling her back now so he can kiss the front of her neck, because he said throat, not neck. If he was, like, going for the side back here, I get that. But he said throat, so he's got to, like, crank her all the way back so that him from behind can, like, and how long, because if her head is, like, here, she's smaller than him, so her head is, like, here, and he's got to, like, break her goddamn neck, and then somehow he has to have the world's longest neck to, like, get around to her throat, which would be about here. Like, it doesn't work. Audi 8 is a sports car. I thought it was a sports car. No way this would work. You'll tape these models and doll stack these out. Yes. We have mentioned before that we need to find those little dolls, the wooden ones that you use in art class to pose and learn how to draw different poses. We need to send her 2 of those and be like, okay, use these and try it out before you write it. Oh, this is why I don't write sex scenes in cars. Like, my sex scenes take place in a bed or on the floor where there's lots of space. So I don't have to worry about shit like that. There's a reason. Oh, I had so much researching this week. My brain is still hurting from all the researching. Added quite a few topics to my list of here's things I researched for this book. Let's see. What did we add just this week? We had most nourishing egg dishes, light and nourishing dishes for post-surgery, historical fancy scrambled eggs dishes, Gradzilla eggs, what fabric are Charlotte Thomas bespoke sheets made of, the name Hannibal in other languages. I'm skipping two because I don't want to give things away. What are blood collection tubes properly called? What do the different colors of blood collection tubes mean and what are they used for? What are the chemicals in them? How are medical grade needles and other tools like scalpels sharpened? Answer with a laser. Why is somebody shouting? What machines are used to do blood analysis? There's a lot of them, and I can't pronounce most of them. Danish meat dishes, Danish desserts, and Elite Elfance Bao and Dotier Limoges. I cannot think of word. Place settings. That's not the word, but I can't think. I don't just mean plates. I mean like the whole, like dish set, but a fancy word for dish set. Because my brain is not working. Do I sound like a character from the game I Am Not Human? Do you mean Detroit Become Human? Because I want to play that. I don't own it, but I want to. Yeah, Anna would bang her head. Yeah, seriously. Also, yeah, how tall is this car? Because he's supposed to be tall. She is smaller than him. But if she's sitting on his lap, yeah, wouldn't her head be like how tall is the car? Like, it just, this wouldn't work, and this wouldn't be comfortable, or like, oh yeah, I'm not letting the balls deep comment go. No way, that's getting roasted. And he has the same move every time. He never like goes in gently, respectfully, slowly, giving her like time to adjust and like feel it. No, he's always just completely wham, all the way in one thrust, whether she's ready or not, whether there's been any foreplay, doesn't matter if she's wet or not. There's no way this isn't incredibly painful. I grasp her jaw and lean her back against me and angle her head so I can kiss her throat. No, you fucking aren't. There's no way in hell. Grabbing her hips with my other hand to keep her steady, like she'd be able to move at all. I move into her, and I'm in deep. That sounds insulting somehow. She pushes up and starts to ride me. Hard. Fast. Frantic. How much room to go up is she gonna have? Like, because now he's saying she's bouncing on it. Like, I bite down on her earlobe. She moans and moves, and together we set a heady, desperate pace. Her rising and falling, me bucking into her. There's no way this works. I move my fingers to her clitoris and start to tease her through her panties. Anna makes a garbled cry, and the sound does nothing for my restraint. Shit, I'm going to come. Be quick, I rasp in her ear. We need to do this quick, Anna. This is not what I want to hear when you are doing that to me. Sweat beads on my brow, and I increase the pressure on her clitoris, circling around and around with my fingers. That probably makes it less effective, you moron, because now you're crushing it and that doesn't feel good. It's a very sensitive little thing. Gentle touch, light touch, no crushing. Oh, Anna cries. Come on, baby. I want to hear you. We move, and then I feel her building, ready. Oh, thank God. I slam into her once more, and she tips her head back on my shoulder so she's facing the roof of the car. Again, how long is her neck? Yes, I grind out between my teeth, and she comes loudly. Oh, Anna. I wrap her in my arms and climax deep inside her. When I return to reality, my head is bent against hers, and she's limp on top of me. I run my nose along her jaw and kiss her throat, her cheek, and her temple. Tension relieved, Mrs. Gray? I tug her earlobe. She whimpers, in a good way, and I smile. That's a great sound. Certainly helped with mine, I murmur, and shift her forward, withdrawing from her. Lost your voice? Yes, she breathes. Well, aren't you the wanton creature? I had no idea you were such an exhibitionist. She sits up immediately, watchful and wary, her fatigue a memory. No one's watching, are they? She scours the parking lot. Do you think I'd let anyone watch my wife come? Yes, yes, I do. I stroke my hand down her back and she calms, turning around to give me a sweet, playful smile. Car sex, she exclaims, and her eyes flare with a sense of achievement, I think. I grin. Yes, it's a first for me too, Anna. I tuck a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. Let's head back. I'll drive. Leaning forward, I open the car door and Anna clambers off my lap so I can chew up my fly. By the way, her panties are still pushed aside and her skirt is around her waist. So she's getting out of the car, definitely indecently exposed. But yeah, James seems to have forgotten the part where I swear to God it was in this scene. I can't remember if he used the seatbelt or his hands. I think it was his hands. But he choked her from behind without permission to make her like come because he wanted it over faster. But he just started choking her without permission, like hard. I swear it's in this scene. I know it is. I absolutely know it is. And choking was one of her hard limits, so not the first time that he is now just ignoring the things that she said absolutely not, no, never to. When I'm back in the driver's seat, I call our security detail. Mr. Gray, it's Ryan. Where's Sawyer? I snap. At Escala. And the Dodge? I'm following the Dodge south on I-5. How come Sawyer's not with you? He thought it better to wait at Escala once we saw her. Her? I gasp. Yes, the driver's a woman, says Ryan. I was going to follow her and see if we can ID her. Stick with her. Will do. I hang up and look at Anna. The driver of the Dodge is female? She sounds shocked. So it would appear. I have no idea who it might be. It can't be Elena, and surely not Layla. Not after all the work that Flynn has put in with her. Fuck you so goddamn hard, you fucking prick. Because she is so messed up. There's no way that, like, it's been barely a week since she's supposedly getting help. There's no way. She would need 6 months of decent, proper inpatient care to get anywhere near being stable enough to even have visitors. She is an obsessive stalker who, like, fired a gun, has, like, broken into his place multiple times, watched them sleep, took the pictures out of the safe, followed him across the country, like, stalked him for months. Like, no, she's not okay. Like ice cream you don't want to melt. And this book was supposed to make us like him. Yes. Yes, yes, this book was supposed to make us like him. It was supposed to get rid of him being called an abuser. And no, he's not a violent monster who just brainwashes and blatantly sexually and physically abuses this innocent young girl that he pulls a total Svengali on. Like, he literally pulls a Svengali on her. That's what he's doing. Yeah, like is a strong word. Yeah, it was meant to dispel the accusation of him being abusive. It didn't work. No, it did not work. And even, like, again, like 10 years later, after these came out and failed, E.L. James, like, the most she has ever said, backpedaling on it, at least that I heard, is that she admits that Christian Grey would be very difficult to live with. That's as far as she was willing to go. It's like, bitch. He's a lot more than that. Oh, all right, stretch break. Oh, I should get up. I should get up and stretch my legs. Because that's what I always forget. To get up and stretch the legs, stretch the hips. You know, you've been sitting for all day. You gotta make sure to get up. Uh, think there's a puppy under the puppy bed. I'm not sure where the kitty is off to. Oh, I saw him on the back of the couch earlier. And he was facing the closet, and that means do not disturb. When he's facing outward, that means he's potentially open to, some pets if you're passing by. But if he's facing the closet, that means don't pet me. Don't pet me, don't disturb me, don't look at me, don't talk to me. I are kitty having a nap. Do a little dance when at work. Understatement of the century. That's assuming you don't end up buried in the basement with the other subs. Not after all the work that Flynn has put in with her. Let's get you home. The R8 growls to life and I reverse out of the space and head home. I really am going to have to look up a picture of this car afterwards because I want to see. I think it's an Audi. And I reverse out of the space and head home. Where's the, unsub? What does that mean, by the way? Sounds very BDSM. So what, you've never seen Criminal Minds? Because it was out at this time. Like, way out and really popular. It stands for unknown subject. Ryan is ex-FBI. She totally ripped that off from Criminal Minds. She ripped that off from Criminal Minds. Ex-FBI? Don't ask. That's a long story about doing the right thing, protecting an innocent and getting fired from it. For it. Can we hear that story instead? Can we hear the story of the ex-FBI agent who apparently protected someone innocent and wound up getting fired for it? Can we read that instead? I'll tell her over dinner. He's probably why we know the plates on the Dodge are false. He has extensive connections, so he abused his non-existent authority and got somebody in authority to run the plates for him. Because that's not illegal, and you wouldn't get in trouble at the FBI for doing that? No, not at all. Well, where is this female unsub? Anna continues. On I-5 heading south. Whoever it is drove past our place, scouted it out, and left. Who the hell is it? Anna reaches over and runs her fingers down my inner thigh. Whoa. We're stopped at a red. I scoop her hand into mine to stop its progress to my dick. No. We've made it this far. You don't want me to have an accident 3 blocks from home. I kiss her index finger and release her. Who kisses someone on their index finger? Who does? I'm not gonna touch because I have lipstick, but who does to someone's hand? Why? I don't. This is not sexy. And concentrate on getting us back in one piece. I need a thorough debrief from Sawyer. I could make that sound so dirty. I'm pissed that there was someone waiting for us outside my parents' house. Surely they should have seen the Dodge. Well, again, you have crappy security. What the hell am I paying them for? I don't know. I really don't know. It is quiet as we approach the garage at Escala. Female, she says out of nowhere. She sounds incredulous. Apparently so. I sigh and punch the code to raise the gate to the garage. Yeah, I wish I knew who. Welch has investigated all my ex-submissives, even those from the private club I used to frequent. They're all in the clear, as I knew they would be. I'll check on Layla via Flynn, but last I heard she was happy. She was happy back in the bosom of her family. I eased the R8 into her designated space. I really like this car, Anna says, giving me a welcome break from my dark thoughts. Oh, yeah, you totally, just because you're police or FBI, you can't run any license plate or any name that you want. That's not how it works, and they have protocols, there's, spyware and shit to let them know, who ran what name, and you better have a goddamn legitimate reason why. Oh, my stomach is reminding me that I forgot to eat. And the thing is, I thought about it, and I thought about, the timing, and I was like, okay, I have time to make something quick, because I should eat before, drinking half the night. But then I was immediately like, oh, I'll do it right after this thing, and then completely forgot that I intended to make something, as I frequently goddamn do. I need an egg timer or something that dings or like pops up on my screen and says, hey, idiot, you meant to make food like an hour ago. Because that is literally how I go all day without eating. I just forget because I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. It's like 1 o'clock. And I'll be like, oh, I'm hungry. I should make a sandwich. And then I'm like, well, just let me finish like typing this page and then I'll make a sandwich. And then I finish the page and I'm like, okay, now I need to go check on this thing. Oh, now I need to put laundry away. Now I need to do this. Now I need to return a phone call or check email. And I just keep going through the things without. And then I'm like, wow, I'm really hungry. Why am I hungry? Wait, I was going to make a sandwich. Oh, wait, it's 7 o'clock now? Oh, that's why I'm hungry. Duh. This is why I need a nanny. I need a nanny. I really do. Oh. Excuse me. Me too, and I like how you handled it, and how you managed not to break it. She smirks. You can buy me one for my birthday. Anastasia Gray. I gape at her, shocked. I don't think she's ever asked me for anything. But she steps out of the car before I can respond. I'm so astonished I don't know what to say. Once out, before she closes the door, she bends down and flashes me a sassy grin. A white one, I think. I laugh. White. Apt choice. She is the light to my darkness. Okay, can we stop? Anastasia Gray, you never cease to amaze me. Gag me with a stick. She shuts the door and I get out after her. She's waiting by the trunk, looking every bit the just fucked goddess who wants a $200,000 car. Okay, I had a. What the fuck is this sentence? Help me. She's waiting by the trunk, looking every bit the just fucked goddess who wants a $200,000 car. That is word salad. She's never asked me for anything. Why is that so hot? Leaning down, I whisper, you like the car, I like the car, I fucked you in it, perhaps I should fuck you on it. Yeah, because there's no cameras in the underground parking garage where billionaires live. No. She gasps and her cheeks pink in that delightful way I love. The sound of a car pulling into the garage distracts me. It's a silver 3 Series BMW. Cock blocker. Yeah, that's the only reason that you couldn't fuck here right now, you idiot. But it looks like we have company. Come. Taking her hand, I guide her to the elevator. Sadly, we have to wait, and we're joined by Mr. BMW Cockblocker. He looks my age, maybe younger. Hi, he says, with an appreciative smile aimed at my wife. I put my arm around Hannah. Back off, bud. Seriously, they cannot have an interaction with literally anybody without him thinking that either if it's a female, they're hitting on him, or if it's a male, that they're leering at Anna. Like, he is delusional, I swear. I just moved in. Apartment 16, he gushes at her. Are you kidding me? Like, dude, not everybody is hitting on your lady. Stop it! This would drive me insane, by the way. Like, if I was dating someone and every time, like, somebody else, like, male or female, because I go both ways, anytime somebody else talked to me, they suddenly put their arm around me and got all possessive and, like, were giving evil looks to everyone else and, like, saying like, "Oh, that person, that random person that said hi and held the door for us was hitting on you," I'd go nuts. I'd go completely fucking nuts. I wouldn't be able to tolerate it for an afternoon, let alone a lifetime. We're saved by the elevator. Once inside, I keep Anna close. I glance down at her, willing her not to engage with this stranger. You fucking man-child! You're Christian Grey, he says. Yep, that's me. Noah Logan, there's a name. He holds out his hand. Reluctantly, I extend mine, and he gives me a damp, over-enthusiastic handshake. Which floor, he asks. Noah Logan. That's like you're drunk and you haven't been able to think of a name for an hour, and so you just go with something that definitely sounds like a porn star. But willing her not to engage with this stranger? Ugh. Seeing temptation around every corner is peak level obsession and paranoia. Not a great combo. Yes! Good point. Noah Logan is a piano player? Like, seriously? I officially feel bad on their behalf that their name is used in this garbage. Which floor? He asks. I have to input a code. Oh, penthouse. Oh, of course. He presses the button for his floor and the doors close. Mrs. Gray, I presume. He simpers like a nervous 8th grader with an epic crush. What the actual fuck is going on right now? Yes. She gives him a sweet smile and they shake hands and the fucker blushes. Blushes! Okay, stop, like, I don't know, emotion shaming? Whatever the hell he's shaming? Stop it. When did you move in? Anna asks, and I tighten my hold on her. Don't encourage him. In his head. Because I think that would be too rude even for him to say out loud, but Jesus Christ. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Shelve your paranoia for 30 fucking seconds. It's an elevator ride. Just back the hell off. Last weekend, I love the place. She smiles. Again! There's literally again in italics and with an exclamation mark. He's pissed off that she has smiled twice at a stranger who's being nice to her. Gee, could he be worried that she'll realize what a douchebag he is and, like, look for a man who treats her with anything resembling kindness or respect? Because he certainly doesn't give her either. Mercifully, the elevator stops at his floor. Great to meet you both, he says, sounding relieved, and steps out. The doors close behind him and I enter the code for the penthouse into the keypad. You seem nice, Anna says. I've never met any of the neighbors before. I grimace. I prefer it that way. Yes, we know. You want to keep her locked up all for yourself in your secret red room. Like, she's just going to wake up chained to the bed in the red room one day, and that's going to be the last time anyone sees her. Oh, yes, Deacon, I apologize for forgetting that we have an actual red flag. Ooh, I need to play with fire with this because it's a little frayed. But yes, we have an actual red flag, and he is being all of them right now. Okay, he is this. This is his entire world right now. He is Mr. Red Flag. Yes, because he wants to isolate her because that is the most common tactic of abusers is they isolate the victims. Like a member of my family was, and as far as I know, still is, unfortunately, in a like decades long abusive relationship, like over 20 years. And one of the first things that he did was A, force her to quit a high paying, like really, really good job. Like basically she gave up her career because they had a baby together and she took maternity leave and then she was supposed to go back to work. And my family member, it's my aunt, screw it, is somebody who needed to work. Like she liked her job. She was very, very good at her job. She got a lot of praise and acclaim. She was very good at her job. She made a lot of money, a lot more than idiot she hooked up with at a bar. And then they had a baby, and then somehow he's living with her, even though he was already like abusive because she had two previous children from a earlier marriage. He was already abusive to them, like because they weren't his. And when she was supposed to go back at the end of her maternity leave, he set an ultimatum and said, "If you go back to work, I'm leaving. I'm leaving, and I'm taking our 1.5-year-old with me." And so she gave in. She gave up her career and said, "Okay, I'll be a stay-at-home mom, and you make the money then, darling." Except he sucked because he always wanted to work for himself, so he opened multiple failed businesses, wound up taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans where he defrauded the bank and signed her name to it without her knowledge to hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans, which ultimately wound up costing her house because she was too stupid and pathetic to get a lawyer and fight it and say, "Hey, he committed fraud, so I'm not paying $500,000 because he committed fraud." And then, of course, the business is all failed. And even though like he was making better money working like I think at the Brick it was, um, yeah, he was making better money doing that, and he was like good at it because he was a good salesman. Like he's like had that used car salesman thing going on. And but before all that, the first thing he did after getting her to give up her career, her very lucrative career that she had worked hard for, she'd been doing it for like over 10 years, 10 to 15 years at that point, and moved her from, they did live in a major city, not one of the biggest, but a big city, major city, and city where all of her family was. All the other her siblings, all my aunts and uncles, her parents were there, all her friends from like her whole life. So she had a lot of family, a lot of friends there. And what does he do? He forces her to move to small town nowhere that at the time they moved there was so small, and it is still so small, that it didn't even qualify as being a town until a few years after they lived there. Doesn't even have a mall or a movie theater. You got to spend 40 minutes on the highway to get anywhere that resembles anywhere. Like this is like a suburb that doesn't even have traffic lights, and it's like many hours away from her family, her support, all her friends. So yeah, and he then basically they had two cars, and he basically sold one without telling her, and then said, "Well, I need to take the car to go to work every day." So he left her trapped in the house with no car. And then things spiraled from there, and then the failed businesses and the loans, and he's a drug addict and an alcoholic and would go on benders and then become horribly violent and, also bring other creepy people over to the house when she's got, two teenage kids and a little baby. And yeah, it was bad. And it's still bad as far as I know. As far as I know, she never got out of it. Gray and his characters are so fragile. I think a stiff breeze could break it. Yeah, his ego. I know, like at the same time he's supposed to be so confident and like worldly, and he knows all this stuff, and he runs $1 billion company, which you have to have some degree of confidence to do that and be a pilot, etc. And yet his ego is like made of candy glass. But yeah, I wanted to highlight that line. But yeah, he's reminding me of the guy that did that to my aunt. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger could be a good explanation, because also this could explain why we never see him work when he's at work. Because like I said, maybe all his employees have figured out that he actually isn't good at any of this, but they make it work and he's just like the figurehead. That would make more sense. You know, it's not perfect, but it would make a lot more sense. I've never met any of the neighbors before. I grimace. I prefer it that way. That's because you're a hermit. I thought he was pleasant enough. A hermit? Hermit, stuck in your ivory tower, Anna says deadpan. I try, really try to suppress my smile. Our ivory tower, I correct her. Again, ivory tower is an intellectual term. It does not mean any, like, this is Rapunzel's tower, not an ivory one. And I think you have another name to add to the list of your admirers, Mrs. Gray. Dude, stop! She rolls her eyes heavenward. Christian, you think everyone is an admirer. Yes! And, you know, the two of you should talk about it, and he should talk to his therapist. Well, he should get a good therapist, and then talk to them about it, because he needs to stop doing that. Oh, sweet joy. Oh, yes, now they're gonna fuck again, because he hates her rolling her eyes, and she knows it, so it's like, to him, it's like her saying, come and take me right now. Did you just roll your eyes at me? She looks up at me from beneath her lashes. I sure did, she whispers. Oh, Mrs. Gray. I cock my head to one side. The day has just improved 1000%. They're gonna bang again. Why? What shall we do about that? Oh, God. Something rough. This is her saying something rough, apparently. Fuck. Her words are arousing. Rough, I swallow. Please. You want more? She nods, not taking her eyes off mine. It's so fucking hot. Are you 12? Because that's hot if you are 12. The doors of the elevator open, but neither of us step out. We just stare at each other. Our attraction, our yearning sparking between us like static. Anna's eyes darken, like mine, I'm sure. Okay, did you forget that this is the third book and not the first? How rough? I ask. Anna's teeth sink into her full lower lip, but she says nothing. Oh, dear God, you could turn him on with a stiff breeze. I close my eyes to savor this sensual moment, then grab her hand and march out of the elevator and through the double doors of the foyer. Sawyer is waiting. Hell. Sawyer, I'd like to be debriefed in an hour, I state, wanting him gone. Yes, sir. He heads back into Taylor's office. Good. I look down at my wife. Rough. She nods, her expression serious. Well, Mrs. Gray, you're in luck. I'm taking requests today. This is gonna suck so bad. My mind races with possibilities. Do you have anything in mind? She raises her left shoulder in a coquettish shrug. What does that mean? Kinky fuckery? I ask, to be clear. She nods an emphatic yes, but her face flushes. Carte blanche? I ask. Her eyes flick to mine, and they're brimming with curiosity and sensuality. Yes. Okay, I would never give this guy carte blanche in the history of ever. Her husky affirmation feeds the flames of my desire. Come. We head upstairs to the playroom. After you, Mrs. Gray. I unlock the door and step aside, and Anna strolls into my favorite room. Again, this sounds like the first book, not the last. I follow her in, switching on the lights. Anna turns, watching me as I lock the door. Take a breath, Gray. I love this moment. Building anticipation. It's exhilarating. I'm sure it is for someone. I am no such creature. She stands there, waiting, wanting. Mine. Oh, yeah, it's been a while since we had him, do the mine thing. Now we're going to get it 50,000 times, I'm sure. Last time we were in here, I put her in the harness. A memory of that flits through my mind. That was fun. What shall I do with her today? Notice how even in his head, she's property. She's an object. What do you want, Anastasia? You. You've got me. You've had me since you fell into my office. Surprise me then, Mr. Gray. She's so bold. Seriously, what has he spiked her drink with? Is liquid confidence a thing? Because I think he gave her some. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. Folding my arms, I tap my index finger against my lip. I know what I'd like to do. I've wanted to do it for a long, long time. He's definitely thinking about anal. But first things first. I think we'll start by ridding you of your clothes. Stepping forward, I grasp her short denim jacket and ease it off her shoulders and drop it to the floor. Her camisole is next. Lift your arms. She does as she's told, and I peel it off her lovely body. I offer her a soft, sweet kiss, then discard her top so it lands on her jacket. She's wearing a lacy black bra, her nipples visible and pressing through the fabric. My wife is hot. God, he's such a loser. This is like reading the worst hentai. Do not insult hentai. Do not insult hentai. Yes, as somebody who is into hentai, manga, anime, all that, yeah. They're usually very, very well written. Oh, way better than this, that's for sure. Here, she says, and to my surprise offers me a hair tie. My dark confession in St. Paul de Venice has done nothing to discourage her, or to keep her away from me. Don't overthink this, Gray. I take it from her. Turn around. She does, with a small, private smile, and I wonder what she's thinking about. Don't go there either, Gray. Quickly, I braid her hair and fasten it. With a tug, I pull her head back. Good thinking, Mrs. Gray. I murmur, my lips brushing her ear, and then nip her earlobe. Now turn around and take your skirt off. Let it fall to the floor. She steps forward, turns on her heel, and with her eyes on mine, she unfastens her skirt and slides the zipper down slowly. Her skirt flares out like a parasol and drifts to her feet. She is Aphrodite! No, Aphrodite was hot. I step out from your skirt. She complies, and I kneel at her feet and grasp her ankle, unbuckling each of her sandals in turn. Once they're off, I sit back on my heels and gaze up at my wife. In black, lacy underwear, she's spectacular. You're a fine sight, Mrs. Gray. Kneeling up, I grab her hips and yank her forward, burying my nose at the blessed junction of her thighs. This would turn me off in every possible way. If somebody was sticking their nose basically onto my clit and sniffing, I'm so done. Well, I wouldn't have gotten through being undressed like that because it's disrespectful, but I'm not a fuck doll. I am not a brain dead twit and would never let anyone treat me like this. She gasps as I inhale. You smell of you and me and sex. It's intoxicating. Stop it. Just stop. This is gross. We're getting into gross territory and I don't like it. I kiss the top of her sweet cleft through the lace, then release her and gather her clothes and shoes before standing. With my hands full, I point with my chin. Go and stand beside the table. I make my way to the chest of drawers. When I glance back at Anna, she's still watching me like a hawk. This will never do. Face the wall. That way you won't know what I'm planning. We aim to please Mrs. Gray, and you wanted a surprise. Never in a million years would I turn my back on him. Like, just in general, but... Anna obeys, and I drop her shoes beside the door and place her clothes on the chest. I strip off my shirt and remove my own shoes and glance at her. She's still facing the wall. Good. From the butt drawer, and that is how it is written. From the butt drawer, I extract what I need and leave the items on the chest while I find some music on the iPad. Oh, who are we gonna ruin? Whose music are we gonna ruin now? Who's it gonna be? Pink Floyd, The Great Gig in the Sky. Can't say I know it, but I know Pink Floyd is very popular. And I called it that he was gonna go for anal. I so called it. Okay, let's see if she goes for this. Moving back to Anna, I place my haul on the table out of her sightline. Rough, you say, Mrs. Gray. I whisper into her ear. You must tell me to stop if it's too much. If you say stop, I will stop immediately. Do you understand? Press X if you doubt him. Yes. I need your promise. I promise, she whispers, her tone husky with want. Good girl, I get to play with fire again. I kiss her shoulder and then hook. No music is safe for meal, James, yes. Well, it's because it's obvious that she was writing the movie script and the soundtrack as much as anything else when she was writing this. Like, literally, you could go through and, like, plan the soundtrack she obviously had in mind. You know, but I'm sure all those artists were like, hell no, you're not using my music in this garbage. And yet, one of the movies, I think it was the last one, had a Beyonce song. How much do we think they paid Beyonce? Yes, there's a character limit on, yes. Yes, YouTube has a character limit. Turns on Kendrick Lamar's Aubrey disc. Second, I hate the way she writes it, the way that she walks. Oh, I need to sit up more. You know, I'm not tall, but I still slouch a lot. Comes from having big boobs, I swear. I kiss her shoulder and then hook my finger beneath the bra strap across her back and gently run my finger under it, skimming over her flesh. Take it off, I order. I want her naked. Hastily, she unhooks the back and lets it fall. Coasting my hands down her back to her hips, I hook my thumbs into her panties and slip them down her lovely legs. When I reach her ankles, I ask her to step out of them, and she obliges. At eye level with her beautiful behind, I kiss one cheek, knowing that we're about to get better acquainted. He just literally kissed her on the ass, thinking he's about to get better acquainted with fucking her ass. Ugh. Like, you have no idea how badly I want to chug a glass of wine right now. But I can't. I can't unless somebody tells me to. Why do I make rules? Why do I make rules? Why do I make rules? Why? And I stand, a thrill runs through me. I've been waiting for this moment. I'm going to blindfold you so that everything will be more intense. Yeah, and not so she doesn't tell you to stop before you start, because she never agreed to butt plugs or anything else. Like, this is horrible on so many levels. I murmur and slip an airline mask over her eyes. Those don't cover shit. Around us, the music swells and the singer lets loose as if she's mid-climax. Ew! Apt. I bend down and lie flat on the table. Now. Anna's shoulders rise and fall quickly as her breathing escalates, but she does as she's told and lays down over the table. Okay, so Okay, because I was confused by what he said. Bend down and lie flat on the table. Because to me, that means like bend down, find the table with your hands because you can't see, and then like lay on your back flat. But I guess she's either like bent over it, so her legs are still vertical, and like just her stomach is on it. I'm assuming, or she's fully laying on her stomach. I'm not sure where her legs are right now. Is what I'm saying. Stretch your arms up and hold on to the edge. Okay, so I'm going to assume that she's bent over it. She reaches up and clutches the far edge. The table is wide, so her arms are fully extended. If you let go, I will spank you. Do you understand? Yes. Do you want me to spank you, Anastasia? Her lips part as she takes in a breath. Yes, she whispers, her voice hoarse. Why? I ask. She doesn't answer, though I think she's trying to shrug. Tell me, I prompt. You really need this? You really need her to say it's because I like it or it gets me hot or whatever? Like, this is the say my name thing, and I hate it. I smack her hard across her ass, the sound echoing over the music and through the playroom. Ah! She cries out. For me, both sounds are deeply, deeply satisfying. Yeah, because he's a sadist. He likes her in pain. He likes her screaming and crying. Hush now. See, and he always wants her still and quiet, even though he is causing, like, and it's just, he's such a goddamn sadist. He's an abusive fucking sadist. There's nothing wrong with being a sadist. Hello. But I don't abuse people with mine. I gently rub her backside, standing right beside her. I bend over her body, my cock straining against my jeans and my fly digging in to the soft swell of her behind as I plant a kiss between her shoulder blades. So I think we can confirm she is bent over. Slowly, I leave a trail of wet kisses across her back. Oh, I'm cringing so hard. I would be dying. I'd be dying. I'd be absolutely dying if somebody was kissing down my back. I couldn't. Like, I'm having, like, tactile cringe right now just from the thought. Ugh, I don't like it. Make it stop. Gross. When I stand, my saliva glistens a little in little patches on her skin. Why is he always drooling on her? Like, he's like a fucking dog marking its owner. Like, why is he always drooling on her? Ew. Open your legs. She shuffles her feet apart, wider. She moans and does as she's told. Good girl. Oh, now I get to play with fire again, but I forgot to burn the other good girl. We're going back. She's not getting away from me. Now I'm going to burn them both, but I got to read the other page first. Spoil on my phone. All right, for the second time. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it really doesn't smell like anything, which is weird. Why was there... You know, and then it does this more than any of the others. Good girl, I whisper and run my index finger down her spine, down to her coccyx, and over her anus. It shrinks and puckers beneath my touch. We're going to have some fun with this, I whisper. Would you not be freaking the hell out? Because again, she's been hard no on like everything anal, and now he's got her blindfolded, bent over a table. I'm surprised he hasn't like tied her up so she can't move, and just randomly is like fingering her ass and saying, "We're going to have some fun with this." She tenses, but she doesn't stop me because she's afraid to stop you, and also you don't listen when you're told to stop, and then you pout like a little toddler until she gives in and gives you what you want. So I skip my finger over her peritoneum and slowly ease it into her vagina. Sweet heaven. I see you're very wet, Anastasia. From earlier or from now? Well, if it was earlier, she wouldn't still be wet. He really has no idea how women work. Also, E.L. James has no idea how women work. Because, no, she wouldn't still be... She groans and I slip my finger in and out and she pushes back against my hand, wanting more. Oh, Anna, I think it's both. My fingers move back and forth. I think you love being here. Like this. Mine. She moans, closing her eyes, and I withdraw my finger and smack her fine ass once more. Ah, tell me. My voice is hoarse with passion. Yes, I do, she whispers. And I spank her again, and she cries out. Then I slide 2 fingers inside her and twist them once around to lubricate them. When I withdraw, I spread her essence up and over and around her anus. You know what else works, dude? Actual lube. She tenses a little once more. What are you going to do? It's not what you think, I reassure her. I told you, one step at a time with this baby. So he's at least saying he's not just gonna, like, totally fuck her, which would be incredibly painful and traumatic and probably do damage. I reach for the lube and squirt a generous amount on my fingers and then massage it around her small puckered hole. She squirms, her back rising and falling more rapidly with her accelerated breathing. Her lips part. She's excited. I smack her hard, aiming slightly lower so my fingertips strike her labia. So my fingertips strike her labia that's soaked from her passion. That needed to be 2 sentences. She moans and wiggles her ass, begging for more. Keep still, I order, and don't let go. I squirt more lube on my fingers and I burn this part a little too much. Oops. Ah! I'm gonna say she cries. I can't read it. Damn it. I really did burn this too much. It's gonna piss me off. Ugh. I think he says this is lube. Yeah, she says and he says this is lube. I spread some more over and around her anus like she doesn't know what that is by now. I've wanted to do this to you for some time now, Anna. I grabbed the small metal butt plug and Deacon, you totally, holy yeast infection. There's a reason you don't use vagina, secretions as lube. Because A, it doesn't work that well anywhere outside of the vagina. And yeah, holy yeast infection, Batman. It is just really random words. Like, yeah, you could use a random word generator and write this pretty much the same. I burned it just enough to heal our hearts. Thank you. This is what I'm wondering too. Why is he telling her that it's lube? What else has he used on her? Yeah. No, seriously. Why? Because I swear, I can make it out just enough. It says this, yeah, he says this is lube. They've used lube before. He's used it on her before. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain. But yeah, why would you have to tell her? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Can Betty try to use butter? Yeah. Butter does not make a good lubricant. No. She groans and I drag the plug slowly down her spine. I have a small present for you here, I whisper and slide it down between her buttocks. I'm going to push this inside you very slowly. I probably have that exact one. Like, oh, did I put all my stuff away? I thought I had one here somewhere that I found amongst my piles and piles of kinky stuff that's randomly finds its way onto my desk and then just never seems to leave. Oh, I really thought I had one out here. Apparently I don't. So much crap on my desk. Oh, I do have one. Okay, it's really dirty. I don't mean like from being used. I mean it's dusty and got cat hair. But yeah, he's talking about something like this. Probably something about this size. This is a starter size. This one has a rose on it. But yeah, he's talking about something like this. For anyone who doesn't know. It really should be called that. Also, they've done it in water several times, which is not good. Oh, also there was that scene where he dripped melted vanilla ice cream into her vagina, and I do mean into. So yeah, they also used melted vanilla ice cream as lube, and he definitely got it like all the way in the vajayjay. Oh yeah, I remember saying during the ice cream scene, like, oh hell no, because yeah, the massive infection that would have caused instantly, like, no, she would have woken up like barely able to walk. I have those, but actually like the guy. Yeah, I got mine from somebody I actually liked too, though they weren't for me. She inhales, breathless. That's a hell of a magic trick. Will it hurt? No, baby, it's small. Once it's inside you, I'm going to fuck you real hard. That'll hurt. And yes, even small butt plugs can hurt when you're not used to them, or if they're put in too fast. Her lips part and she quivers. Leaning over her, I kiss her once again between her shoulder blades. It's making me cringe. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's making me cringe. Stop it. Ready? Because I am. My cock is almost bursting. Please do. Yes, she breathes. Wait a minute. We gotta go back and burn the other good girl, because I read the top of the page. It's far enough. I think this is a record that for burning 3 things in one session. Let's see if we can get to 5. I would like that. But 3, 2, 1. Don't set my bookmarks on fire. No, that didn't burn enough. There we go. Yeah, it just smells like heat. Nothing else. There's no paper smell. How is there no paper smell? Again, dark forces of Satan, I'm telling you. Yes, she breathes. With the plug in my left hand, I quickly coat it in lube and then skim my right thumb down between her buttocks, over her anus, and sink it into her vagina, circling inside her. That would feel like nothing. My fingers brush against her clitoris, slowly, methodically taunting her eager bud while I move my thumb. She groans loudly with pleasure. And that's my cue. Very slowly, I push the plug into her ass. Ah, she moans, still using AH, which equals pain. Yeah, I know, like, bursting is not a word you want to use with cock. I'm met with a little resistance, so I circle my thumb inside her vagina, teasing the sweet spot inside her with the tip of my thumb. Okay, are we now saying that he is touching her G spot? He is behind her. She is bent over. He's got his thumb in the vagina, which can only go in like an inch at best, at absolute best. He's got his fingers like doing this. So he's like this, more or less. He's doing this. And we're saying that his thumb is hitting her G spot because no way in hell. No. The G spot is like typically at least 3, if not 4 inches inside. It's all the way behind the pubic bone. You are not from that position. Also, she is upside down, so there's no way your thumb is getting anywhere near deep enough, and then you have to go up. Well, no, he'd have to go down because of the position she's in, actually. But there's no way that he's reaching it. There's no way that he is reaching it. There's no fucking way. There's no way he is anywhere close to touching her G-spot right now. And you know what you do if you're pushing a butt plug in and you get resistance? You pull it out. You ease it back out, you add more lube, and you repeat the in-out motion until the butthole gets a little stretchy and gets used to, because it's always the widest part you're going to get resistance. But you ease it in and out. You do the doorbell technique, as it's called. And you ease it slowly, slowly. You don't keep pushing. You don't just, tickle the hell out of her clit and keep pushing, because it's going to cause pain, and you can cause damage that way. You have to take your time. You never just put it in one move, ever. You always have to do a little in and out to loosen things up and slowly ease it in without causing pain or damage. Because you can rupture things down there so easily. You can cause tearing in a second. And it doesn't. Don't think that it takes something this big to cause tearing. It doesn't. Something as small as the one I showed you can definitely cause tearing on someone if you do it wrong. 100% can. Teasing the sweet spot inside her with the tip of my thumb and pushing harder on the plug. There we go. That's exactly what you don't do. He just did. He just broke the cardinal rule of butt play. You don't ever, ever force things if they don't want to go in. Ever. That is how you do damage. That is how you legitimately hurt people. And especially dealing in that area, the risk of infection is very high. So you can have people end up in the hospital from things like this. And then you got to explain that shit. And I'm not saying that the people in the ER haven't heard it all, literally. All of it. They've heard it. They've seen it multiple times. They ain't going to judge. But, yeah. But, yeah, he's doing absolutely the worst possible thing you could do. Joy of joys, it slips inside her. Easily. Dude, you wouldn't have just said you had to force it past resistance if it was slipping in easily. And also, I'm sorry, it's her first time having anything but his pinky in her ass. There's no way it would have gone in easily or painlessly or that quickly. This is so beyond unrealistic. This has crossed into a whole other very dangerous territory. This is why the NHS, the British Health Service, had to put out a public service announcement saying, please don't do the things in these books, because they had a 300% increase in sexual injuries in the ER entirely because of these books. And that was real. Anyone who doesn't believe me, you can Google it. You can still find the images of the posters that they put up all over the goddamn place telling people, please don't try the things in 50 Shades. They are not safe. They're not well written. That's not how sex works. Please don't do it. It was true. 100% true. Deacon, 100% true. Yes, we are learning things. I'm sorry. Yes, you didn't know tonight's book club included anal 101? I thought I put that on the poster. Gray's cock is essentially its own character, which is its own thoughts and actions. Yes, very much so. And I hate that because he's one of those guys that acts as if he's not responsible for what his penis does. And I hate that. Because he very much acts like his cock has a mind of its own, and he just has to obey it when he gets horny. He has to screw something. And it's no, you're in control, not your penis. Though that is news to some men. Isn't canon? I still hate this book. Yeah, the NHS thing is totally 100% true. 100% true. More wine is urgently needed. Cheers, Deacon. Thank you. Oh, baby. I swirl my thumb inside her again and feel the weight of the plug inside her butt. Slowly, I twist the plug and Anna mules. Okay, that's just cruel. You don't twist things in the butt. You just, no. And Anna mules? M-E-W-L-S. I'm aware of it, but you couldn't have picked a less, disgusting word at this moment? A strange sound of pure pleasure. No, it's not. Whoa. Christian, she whimpers. Lewd. My brain just conflated 8 different words at once because dyslexia. Lurid and lewd is one, but lewd and needy. And I withdraw my thumb. She is breathless. Good girl! More fire! More fire! The gods are with us tonight. More fire. This makes 4. I want 5. I want 5 at least. At least I want 5 by the end of the night, but this is definitely a record. And they're all the same. They've all been good girl. I murmur, leaving the plug in its place. I trace my fingers down her side until I reach her hip, undoing my fly and freeing my dick. Again, I'm still amazed he doesn't name his penis, because he is exactly the kind of guy that would name his penis. I grasp her hips with both hands and pull her ass towards me. With my foot, I force her to widen her stance. Don't let go of the table, Anna. Okay, we already said her arms are overextended trying to hold onto it, and he just yoinked her backwards. He's gonna dislocate both her arms at one point. No, she pants. Something rough. Tell me if I'm too rough. Understand? Yeah, because he's about to do his usual one thrust balls deep, and this time she's got something in her ass, so it's gonna be a little tighter in there. Not much, but a little. And, again, there's no way in hell this isn't gonna be extraordinarily painful for her. Extraordinarily, because he's just gonna, full force slam into her like she's, not a human being, because she's not in this moment. She's an object. She's a thing for him to stick his dick in with no feelings or emotions or, breakable bones or trauma risk. Yes, she whispers. And in one swift move, I yank her towards me and slam inside her to the hilt. He knows no other way. Slams inside her to the hilt while she's having her first experience of a butt plug. Because that's how you make somebody want to do it again. Oh, wait, that's the opposite. Yes, you are correct, Link. And I stopped myself from saying that, and I shouldn't have. Mules is not a pleasure word or sound, as far as I know. That's something that's used to show interest. You are correct. It is not a pleasure word. That's why I said it was a really shitty choice of word. But yeah, no, it's not a pleasure word. It's other, and it's not good. And here is her response to him slamming into her to the hilt. Fuck! She cries. Is this the first time we're hearing her really swear? Because, damn and go to hell and shit don't count. And I still, relishing the feel of my girl around me. Also, stop calling her your girl. She's not only a grown woman, you're married to her. She's your woman, not your girl. She's doing good. Her breathing is harsh as mine. I reach between us and gently tug on the plug. This is so wrong. She lets out a breathtaking moan of pleasure. We only have his word that she's finding it pleasurable, because often taking a plug out can be more painful than putting it in. Hi, Cerebellum. I'm listening while on my way home from my high school reunion, girl. I hope you dropped everyone's ass on the floor with how hot and sexy you look and how bloody successful you are with your fabulous family, and I hope you made everyone jealous, bitch. See, that's one of those things I will never get because I didn't go to a regular high school. So I will never have a high school reunion. I never had a prom or homecoming or any high school dances. But I also went to I don't even remember how many high schools. It was like 7. So but I've always kind of been a little sad somewhere that I'll never have a high school reunion. I mean, not that I would know anybody. But I hope you had a spectacular time. And again, I hope everyone was very, very jealous of you, because from what I understand from seeing it on TV, that is pretty much the entire point. But you have dropped in the middle of an anal sex scene, so be warned. No, I've already given my lecture on why everything he's doing is wrong and would absolutely cause her damage, like physical damage. She lets out a breathtaking moan of pleasure. It almost tips me over the edge. Again, this guy can come in like less than 2 minutes, I swear, which is not I'm sorry, that's not good sex. Again, I whisper. Yes, she says, and she sounds desperate, begging me for more. Again, it's his interpretation. Stay flat, I insist, and ease out of her, and then slam into her again. Like, is this table bolted to the floor? Because it better be. Yes, she hisses with loud, sibilant fervor. I'm pretty sure she's horribly misusing the word sibilant. Sibilant. That is sibilant. I'm not having a dyslexia moment as far as I know. I pick up the pace, slamming inside her with wild abandon that's exhilarating. It's never felt like this. Taking Anna to a darker side. Why is it dark? It's not dark. I'm sorry. There is no light and dark in sex. The only thing that's dark in sex is if you don't have consent. He has consent. As much as I hate it, he has consent, so there's nothing dark about this. Why, in the love of God, am I hearing a jet? That's gotta be like... Yeah, no, that's gotta be like medevac chopper or something, because I should not be hearing anything. I fucking love it. Oh, Anna, I pant and twist the plug around again. Stop doing that. I would kill him. Like, I'd be putting alligator clamps on his balls for doing that. And making him sleep with them. She cries out as I keep rocking into her, taking her, consuming her, owning her. There's appropriate words. Oh, fuck, she cries, and I know she's close. Yes, baby, I whisper. Please, she begs. That's right. You got us, Anna. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Oh, I forgot I get to play with fire again. I don't want to forget, and it's on the page we already passed, so I can. Okay, number 4. 3, 2, 1. See, the other weird thing is the pages behind it, they like warp. Look, it's like warped from the heat. What kind of paper warps? Sibilant means make a hissing sound, such as the letter S or shush. Yeah. So, not an appropriate use of the word, I'm gonna say. Owning her, yes. Deacon, have you missed the 5 billion times that he has said, "You are mine"? That is his catchphrase. Like, I'm surprised her wedding ring is not inscribed with property of Christian Grey. It might be, for all we know. Not like she would ever look. You know, but I'm flashing on that moment in the first Resident Evil movie when Alice looks at her wedding ring and she sees inside that it says property of Umbrella Corporation. Ashes on my tits. See, now that's a good name for a band. I slap her hard and she lets go, screaming out loud and proud as she's gripped by her orgasm. I tug the plug out and toss it in the bowl. Now there's just randomly a bowl there to catch butt plugs, but he just literally, in one move, yanked that out without warning while she was coming. That would have been insanely painful. Fuck, she screams, and I tighten my hold on her hips and let go, holding her to me and losing myself in my release. Yeah, he totally just ruined her orgasm. I sag over her, spent but elated. Pulling her into my arms, I sink to the floor. Ow. Curling her into my embrace as I catch my breath. She's gulping in air, her head resting on my chest. Welcome back, I say, removing the blindfold. She blinks a little dazed and her eyes adjust to the muted light. She looks okay. The fact that you have to say this. But yeah, he turns her into a blind, stupid fuck doll every goddamn time. She just becomes an object, and obviously she's learning to disassociate while he does whatever the fuck he wants to her body. I tip her head back and press my lips to hers. Again, how long is his neck? Anxiously trying to gauge how she's feeling. Okay, if you're anxious about what you just did to your partner, you shouldn't have done it. Yes, Deacon, he is a cult leader. He is a cult leader. He just only has one member at a time. But all of his subs are his cult. Believe me. There is a video on GT Live, Game Theory Live, GT Live channel. I can't remember if it's on the GT Live channel or the Game Theory channel. It's on one of them. I think it's under the Film Theory, maybe, but it's GT Live that has it. And they did an actual video. I think it's still up. They did an actual video explaining the steps of how cult leaders indoctrinate members and comparing it to exactly what Christian Grey does throughout the first book and how he is following the exact methods the cult leaders use as he's brainwashing and breaking her down. That is why I treat him the way that I do, because it's true. He is a cult leader. He just has one member at a time and uses them for sex. Yeah, you totally clocked it. It's true. It's 100% true. I will try to find that video and send it to you later. But yeah, it's out there. But yeah, it's actually really well done. And again, GT Live, not the only one to say it. Plenty of people have said over the years, he operates like a cult leader. And the way he breaks her down and brainwashes her and psychologically manipulates her, rewrites her personality, uses, punishment and reward. to condition her to do what he wants, which obviously is working because she's now in the place where she's doing things that in the first book she said, no, never, I will never ever do that. That's a hard limit. That's a total no. Don't ask me again. I'm never ever doing those things. And again, this is where the choking scene that obviously was cut out earlier, but it exists in the original telling. I know it does. But him doing that, because choking was a hard no, and then he does it without her consent while she's trapped in the car and couldn't be more vulnerable. And yeah. As part of your thesis statement that he's a cult leader, yeah. No, but I'm telling you, they need to use these books to teach classes to both men and women, but especially young women, on what not to tolerate in a relationship and how to know if you're being abused. Because people aren't always aware that they're being abused. That's the thing. Because it can be so subtle. And it creeps in over time often. Because abusers generally don't start with the big things. They start with the little things. And then once you're willing to tolerate the little things, then they move on a little bit and they get a little more intense. And it's slowly. It's the frog in the slowly heating water that doesn't notice it's being boiled to death. That's the methodology. Little by little, slowly by slowly, turning up the heat slowly by slowly. Yeah. Oh. We have a donation. Come on, email. For a timer. Is that to remind me to eat? But what okay. Oh, shush. Okay. So you don't want ducks or anything? Okay, what is this white under my eye that's driving me crazy? There we go. Okay. Probably just eyeliner crumb. Pay the duck forward. Does that mean give it to somebody else? Because that's what pay it forward usually means. You know what? You know what we can do? We can pay it forward and put a painted duck. We can put the one that I made for Mark the Sarcastic Law Student. And therefore I dub this duck Mark. And somebody please take a screenshot of this right now. I will hold for a moment. Please take a screenshot of this. And if you know him, at Mark the Sarcastic Law Student. And tell him that his duck has been sponsored. And I hereby dub it Mark the RAF Duck in his honor. Right. I'm writing the time code down so I can clip that and send it to him later. But yes, this is officially Mark the RAF Duck. Alright. I really gotta do the duck stage. By the way, I had all the pieces cut to do the flipping duck stage. I had the pieces cut to finish the rainbow stage and make it 5 tiers and compact. I haven't been able to find my goddamn glue gun for 4 fucking days. I think the cat ate it. I don't know where the hell it is. I've torn my whole house apart so many times looking for it, and it's not any of the places that it should be. So I'm seriously going out of my mind going, where the hell is it? Because, again, there's only so many places it should ever have been, and I can't find it anywhere. I'm going crazy, and I have to buy a new one because I need one. And I need a new one, but I really didn't want to spend the money. Not that they're like $4. They're not much, though. By the way, I tried to look on here Uber Eats is the best place. They don't just have food; they have shops and shit. And so they had Dollarama, and the Dollarama had a glue gun for $4. And so just for curiosity, I wanted to see like what it would cost to get it delivered. And for a $4 item, they would have charged me $19 between their delivery fee, which was more than the cost of the item, and then their service and other fees and other taxes. That added like another $11, and then tip. So $19 for a $4 item. By the way, I took a screenshot and added them on Twitter. They answered me. They answered me within an hour. They think that I placed the order. I didn't, because I'm not a fucking moron. But they said, like, please DM us your account details so we can look into this for you. It's called your service fees are a bunch of crap, and you need to stop doing that. But I am going to respond to them. I didn't do it today. I probably should have, but fuck it. I'll do it tomorrow. They can wait. But I am going to reply to them and be like, I didn't actually place the order, but your service fees are goddamn ridiculous, because every time I order X, I get hit with like $40 worth of service fees on top of, on like a $150 order, I'm typically paying $35 to $40 in service fees, not including delivery. That does not include delivery, which is $5 to $10. So on $150 worth of like usually groceries, I'm paying $5 to $10 for delivery, and then usually $35 to $40 in undefined service and other fees, and then tip. Subs in Radio Shack. Do you still have Radio Shack? Because didn't they go bankrupt? Because yeah, they've been gone, at least from Canada, for a very long time. Yeah, I think Radio Shack is like gone. Though I did hear that Toys R Us is attempting to make a comeback, which I'm not sure how they're going to do that. Left in 2010s. Yeah, they've been gone a while. Reaching up, she strokes my face. I smile with relief. Well, did I fulfill the brief, I ask? Her brow creases. Brief? You wanted rough. My tone is cautious. So we're supposed to be saying that he thinks he knows that he went too far, but he's basically checking to see if she's willing to tolerate him going too far. Her face brightens. Yes, I think you did. Her words wrap around my soul. This is when you know you are too drunk and you need to stop writing. I have written some garbage like that at 5 o'clock in the morning when I'm tired and trying to finish a scene, and I've been drinking heavily. You know what I do? I get up in the morning, read it back, and go, oh dear Lord, what the hell was I thinking? And then I erase it and write something good. Oh, there's an owl nearby. I'm glad Bo's asleep because he's afraid of owls. I don't know why, but he thinks they're going to come in here and get him. He literally, if he hears an owl, he drops his head down and like skitters as fast as he can to be in my lap or hide behind me or hide in his crate because he definitely thinks it's going to come in and take him away. I don't know where this came from. Honestly, I think the kitty told him. I think the kitty like got in his head and like made him paranoid about owls. But yeah, he's definitely afraid of owls. When he hears that sound, he hides. You know, he suddenly remembers that he's like 8 pounds and very small. So he may be 9 pounds now because he's getting fat. He really likes this new kibble. He's eating a lot of it. I'm not well, I probably am overfeeding him a little, but not that much. But he's getting chubby. He doesn't think this is a problem, but, you know, he getting to be a chubby puppy. I don't know, Deacon, if you ever tried to put Butters on a diet, what would he do? Or Persnickety, if you tried to put Sasha on a diet? Would she just dig random holes in the yard looking for bunnies? I'm very glad to hear it. You look thoroughly well fucked and beautiful at this moment. I caress her cheek. Who takes you look well fucked as a compliment? Like, I'm sorry, no. I feel it, she hums, holding her face. And I kiss her with all the tenderness that she deserves. He's not capable. Because I love her. We shouldn't have to be told this. You never disappoint. Ever. How do you feel? I breathe. There's people arguing nearby. Good, she whispers, and a telltale flush crosses her face. Thoroughly well fucked. Her smile is shy and sweet and telling, and totally at odds with her profanity. I knew it! I knew he would say something about her saying fuck. Why, Mrs. Gray, you have a dirty, dirty mouth. That's because I'm married to a dirty, dirty boy, Mr. Gray. Kill them both now. Somebody please behead them both. The world can do without either of them before they reproduce. I can't argue with that. And I'm buoyant, grinning back at her. I must resemble the Cheshire Cat. Don't drag Alice in Wonderland into this garbage. I'm glad you're married to him. My fingers grasp her braid and I lift the end. I lift the end to my lips and kiss it. He's kissing the end of her braid. He's kissing her hair. Which I have a character in my story that kisses someone's hair a couple times, but it's not in a sex way. It's like the way you do comforting a child when they don't feel well. And it's not the end of a braid, it's like the top of their head. She reaches for my left hand and raising it to her lips, she kisses my wedding ring. Mine, she whispers. So now she's doing the mine thing and kissing the wedding ring. What in the actual fuck? From what I understand, Radio Shack was bought out by AT&T. Didn't stop them from completely gutting everything from it, though. By that point, Radio Shack's reputation was garbage. True. Yeah, no, I do remember the reputation. Yeah, absolutely true. Butters is pissed. I'm sorry, Deacon, if I offended your cat by using the word diet. Give him some treats and belly rubs from me. She smiled with her lower teeth. Yeah, that is Kitty for I will fuck you up. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do it. It's also possible I'm misremembering how many acquisitions really make sense. I think I do recall something about AT&T buying Radio Shack they bought them while they were in bankruptcy, but then I guess didn't do anything with it because I know at least here all the stores are gone. They've been gone for a very long time to where people 15 years younger than me don't know what Radio Shack is. Oh, I'm kind of remembering now. No, they changed names here. They were still around for a while. I don't know if they still are, but yeah, there was one in the mall that I used to go to, and it became it was Radio Shack, and then it was Circuit City, and then it was The Source, and I'm pretty sure it's still gone now. But it did, after Radio Shack went bankrupt, it changed names a couple times. It was still exactly the same. The actual store did not change. Just the color of shirts employees wore and the sign over the door changed. That was it. But yeah, it was called Circuit City, and then The Source, I remember, right before it closed. But yeah, that was a whole other Buster Cluck. Circuit City, yeah, that's how it was spelled. Circuit. Radio Shack was literally selling the sales rack, metal shelving, rolling racks. They really meant everything was for sale. Yes, they did. Yeah, it was like when Target left Canada, because Target only survived like I think like 3 months, and I'm possibly being generous. And I went to one as they were closing because they promised they'd have good deals. They didn't, by the way. The prices were still too fucking high, which is a large part of why they never gained any market share here, because they're supposed to be like a discount store. Like, they're supposed to be cheaper than Walmart, and they weren't. They were like 3 times the price of Walmart, which Walmart had already eaten their lunch by deliberately opening extra stores, sometimes 2 in the same plaza. I'm not kidding, I saw it, to take up the market share before Target even opened its first store, because Walmart is big enough that they can do that. They can spend, you know, $500 million opening stores that they're going to close in 6 months just to crowd out a potential competitor, and that's exactly what they did. But Target didn't help themselves by being horribly overpriced and not understanding the Canadian market, which is very different to the American market. Very different. You have to handle it differently. You have to act differently. You have to market differently. And the fact that those giant concrete balls that for some reason they put in front of their stores and paint them red because that's like their logo or whatever, those big concrete balls, there were a couple cases where those weren't secured to the ground. And I know this for a fact because I went there. And if you so much as touch them, they would start to lift. And these are giant ass balls of concrete that probably weigh 600-700 pounds. And I heard of 2 occasions where one where somebody got hurt, one where somebody leaned against it and it went rolling through the parking lot and flattened a minivan, and another one where it hit a child and crushed their leg. So within a couple weeks of being open, they were facing massive lawsuits and liability, and obviously fell under the government microscope for what the fuck are you doing? This is blatantly unsafe. So there were a lot of things that ran them out of the country, but them being stupid is most of it. Why am I having hiccups? But I went there like 3 days before they were completely gone. Oh, you have to go to bed, Deacon. We'll miss you so much. Thank you for being here. Cuddle Butters, rub his belly and feed him treats for me. Scritch his ears if he likes that. But sleep well. Don't dream of any of this. Dream of much better sex. But yeah, I went there on like one of the last days they were open, and still, even though like again, most of the store was empty, most of the racks were empty, and yeah, they were selling them. I remember they had those motorized scooters, and they had those, and they were trying to sell those, but they were like $4,000, which is more than you would pay for a new one that isn't from a store. Oh yes, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. That helps. But yeah, they were even selling legitimately. They were selling the conveyor belts at the checkout. The cash register everything had a price tag. Literally everything had a price tag on it, including like the counters, the shelves, the racks, the cash registers, like the scooters, like any kind of stand or anything, like everything. Even the signs hanging from the aisles saying what was in the aisles had price tag stickers on them. Like, yeah, it was weird. But even when they were going out of business, they still didn't have good sales. Like they're like, oh, 40 to 60% off, and it's like, yeah, a pencil is 60% off, but most of the items didn't have any discount, and it's like, you've been run out of the country, you're leaving. So anything that you don't sell, you got to pack up, and you got to ship to wherever in America, which is going to cost you an insane amount of money. So wouldn't you rather like give a 50% discount on a T-shirt rather than spend the money to ship it to your warehouse and wherever? Wouldn't that make more sense? You at least make some money, and you also, not only do you make money from the sale, because I promise you, even at a 50% discount, they were still making a profit, but you save money by not having to ship it. But no, they were really stupid. They were really, really, really stupid. They literally are probably the best example in my lifetime of a company trying to come to Canada and absolutely pricing themselves out of the market and being so rude and so reckless and so blatantly unsafe that they just got completely obliterated and nobody was sorry to see them go. Absolutely no one. Yours, I answer, and I tighten my hold on her and drive my nose into her hair. What's with this obsessive smelling fetish all of a sudden? Shall I run you a bath? Only if you join me in it. Okay. I help Anna up to her feet and stand. She points to the jeans I'm still wearing. Will you wear your, other jeans? Other jeans? The ones you used to wear in here. Those jeans. My Dom jeans. The DJs. Stop it. You look very hot in them. Do I? Yeah. I mean, really hot. Okay, seriously, what did he give her? Because she's been completely out of character this entire chapter. She's suddenly a race car driver. She has huge confidence, and she is horny AF. So she's definitely tripping on something. How could I refuse? I want to look hot for my wife. Is she asking him to wear jeans in the bath? Because that's what it sounds like. Well, for you, Mrs. Gray, maybe I will. I kiss her and grab the small bowl that contains our afternoon's entertainment, and I walk over to the chest of drawers and switch off the music. At least we only got told the song once as opposed to being berated by it. Who cleans these toys? Anna asks. Oh, me, Mrs. Jones. What? Anna gasps in shock. Yep, Gail knows everything. All my dirty little secrets. And she still works for me. Okay, maybe you should tell your partner that somebody else is privy, because I would not be okay. But then I always made my subs clean the toys after a session, because I don't clean. Anna's still gaping at me as if she expects more information. I switch off the iPod. Well, your subs used to do it, Anna says, finally figuring it out. Yes! All I have is an apologetic shrug. Here. I offer her my shirt and she quickly dons it. Her clothes are still in the room. She says no more about toy cleaning. I leave our stuff on the chest and, taking Anna's hand, unlock the playroom door. We head downstairs to our bathroom. Again, her clothes are in the room. Why is she only wearing a t-shirt that definitely doesn't cover her ass or vagina while walking through a house that you know has, like, your staff and security in it? She pauses on the threshold, yawns, and stretches, a secret smile etched on her face. What is it? I ask, turning on the faucets. Anna shakes her head, avoiding eye contact. Is she feeling shy all of a sudden? Tell me, I coax. That's not coaxing, that's ordering. As I pour bath oil into the running water, her cheeks develop a rosy flush. I just feel better. Yes, you've been in a strange mood today, Mrs. Gray, to say the least. Are we supposed to be taking this as intentional? Is this where she's going to figure out that she's knocked up? Because at this point, she definitely is. I embrace her. I know you're worrying about these recent events. I'm sorry you're caught up in them. I don't know if it's a vendetta, an ex-employee, or a business rival. If anything were to happen to you because of me, the horrific image of her lying in place of the crack whore haunts me. Stop, Gray, stop. She hugs me. What if something happens to you, Christian? Well, you'll be taken care of for life and be able to find a partner that actually values you as a human being and treats you with kindness and respect. We'll figure this out. Now let's get you out of this shirt and into the bath. Shouldn't you talk to Sawyer? He can wait. My tone is clipped. I have a few choice words for him. I slip my shirt off Anna. Shit. The marks I left on her body are still there. Faded, but still present. reminding me that I'm an asshole. Oh yeah, the bruise and bite marks you left all over her chest. She was naked in front of you. You took her bra off, and you're just now remembering that those still exist. You fucking waste of space. I wonder if Ryan is caught up with the dodge, Anna says, and I know she's ignoring my reaction. Yeah, what reaction? Like you give a flying fuck, you fucking asshole. We'll see after this bath. Get in. I offer her my hand, and she steps into the foam-filled tub. Gingerly, she sits down. Ow! She winces as her ass hits the hot water. Easy, baby, I whisper. Yeah, see? He did damage. That's why she's going, ow. That is my definitive proof of her. If he definitely ripped her butthole with his fucking. And I don't mean fucking, I mean him being a douchebag. But she smiles when she settles, submerging in the water. I strip out of my jeans and join her, sinking down behind her, gathering her to my chest. Slowly, I let myself relax. Be in the moment, Gray. That was really something. Anna did so well. Notice how he's still mentally, gauging her competency sexually. Like, like he's still training her badly, the way you train a sub. Bad. Again, he's doing it horribly wrong and in an abusive, sadistic, injurious fashion. But that is still how he's treating her, and that's always how he's treated her. Because he doesn't treat her like a person. He treats her as an object and property, and that's it. And even though he said, oh, we can have a vanilla relationship, has that ever happened? No. It's never happened. He got rid of some of the language, that's it. I nuzzle her hair and marvel how easy it is to just be in her company. I don't have to talk. She doesn't have to talk. We can just lie and unwind in the bath together. I close my eyes and reflect on the day. What a crazy end to our honeymoon. A car chase which Anna handled brilliantly. Like a pro. I run the end of her braid through my fingers absently. And she let me have fun in the playroom doing something I've wanted to do forever. And she's never done before. My girl. My beautiful girl. Yeah, somebody kill him, please. A few moments later, I remember that Gia Mateo will be joining us tomorrow evening. I break the comfortable silence between us. We need to go over the plans for the new house. Later this evening? Sure, Anna responds, and she sounds resigned. I must get my things ready for work, she adds. Her braid slips through my fingers. You know you don't have to go back to work. Here we go. Here we go. Of course he doesn't want her to work. Anna's shoulders tense against me. Christian, we've been through this. Please don't resurrect that argument. Okay. I gently tug her braid, slanting her face towards me. Just saying. I brushed my lips over hers. Oh yeah, he's definitely, there's no way. There's no way after, he's gonna do exactly what my aunt's asshole did. She's gonna take maternity leave, because he'll add it to the company charter just to give it to her. And when it's time to go back, he'll pull the ultimatum. He'll be like, no, we have a child. You have to stay home and raise our child. You'll be a terrible absentee mother. He'll guilt trip her, do whatever he has to do to make her stay home in his cage and never work. Leaving Anna to soak a little longer in the bath, I get dressed and wander through to my study for Sawyer's debrief. Mrs. Jones is in the kitchen. Evening, Gale. Mr. Gray, welcome home, and congratulations once again. Thank you. Your sister okay? All good, sir. Would you like anything? No, thanks. I have some work to do. Mrs. Gray? I grin. She's in the bath. Gale smiles and nods. I'll ask her when she's out, sir. At my desk, I check my emails, then buzz Sawyer. A moment later, there's a brisk knock at my door. Come in. Sawyer enters and stands before me, looking cool, calm, and professional in his suit and tie. His demeanor makes me so mad. Slowly, I get up from my desk and, placing both hands on it, lean forward towards him. Wow, is that a power move straight out of the goddamn fucking 80s? That should be said after a 3-martini lunch. Where the fuck were you? I shout. He takes a small step back, surprised by my outburst. What the hell were you doing that you weren't ready to leave when we were? I fold my arms, keeping a rein on my temper. Really? This is keeping a rein on it? Would stabbing him with your letter opener be not keeping a rein on it? Mr. Gray, he holds up his hands. We were patrolling the grounds, like you asked us to do, and we didn't know you were leaving. Oh, he is right, by the way. He's right. He's telling the truth. Also, he adds, getting into his stride, I'd noticed the unsub. It arrived while we were patrolling, and I was going to investigate when you came out of the house. Ah, I sigh, somewhat mollified. I see. Okay. I should have told them we were leaving. Duh! And I know if Taylor had been with us, he would have left his colleague in the car. And Mrs. Gray set off alone at one hell of a pace. He raises a disapproving eyebrow. Yeah, seriously, dude, you ditched your security. This is your fault. Again, I have been in a situation where not for me, but I've been out with people who had personal security for various reasons. It's a bitch. It's annoying. It's a pain in the ass. It makes everything 10 times slower and harder. But you have to tell them where you're going ahead of going there, because usually one of them wants to go ahead of you. Seriously, we had to go to the goddamn bathroom in the middle of the mall. Busy mall, huge mall. And we just had to go to the bathroom, and we had to wait outside while security went in and checked the mall bathroom before we could go pee. And it's annoying and it's bad. And then we had to be like, okay, now we're going to the food court. And they're like, where in the food court? And we're like, we don't know. We're just gonna walk around and see what's what. And they're like, we'd really like it if you pick a place and not just wander aimlessly. It's like, it's a mall food court. Do you not understand how this works? But yeah, you got to tell them where you're going. Or good security will literally just stop you. Especially in my friend's case, because she was underage at the time, and it was daddy, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It was her actual father who, due to his, that's why she was under threat, was because of something that he was doing in business, because, things can get out of hand. And he's one of those guys that buys companies that are going bankrupt and, and either rehabs them or dismantles them. He's Richard Gere in Pretty Woman, more or less. But that can raise a lot of pissed off feelings, and sometimes people say things and they don't mean it, but when somebody threatens, your 15-year-old daughter and you have all the money in the world, what are you going to do about it? But she at least had good security. And by the way, wound up marrying one of the guys who had been on her security detail a couple times. They never banged while that was when she was older, but they met when she was of age, and she swears they never banged while he was working for her father, because he wouldn't allow that. But they kept in touch and eventually wound up getting married, and now they have a baby. She lives in France now with him. Did Neil James watch a 1930s mob movie before writing the scene with the desk? Because that's what popped into my head. Yeah, I know, right? Putting both your hands on the desk and leaning forward, oh my god, I would literally, if somebody tried that intimidation shit on me, I would laugh. I wouldn't be able to stop myself. I'd be watching it and I would just be like, because I couldn't stop myself, because I'm like, you think you're fucking intimidating? I'm a dominatrix, bitch. All I want to do is spank you really hard right now. You think that shit's intimidating? Let me show you how it's done. Oh my god. Yeah, it's horrible. It's also very horrible. Wow. We are way behind on page count. We're like an hour behind, legit. And I'm not staying up an extra hour. So we may not get out of chapter 21. I intended to finish chapter 21. We're not going to get there. Or at least, I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Maybe there's half-empty pages again. But we'll see. It's a long... I'm warned, some chapters are really fucking long. This chapter is 55 pages. And we weren't that far into it when we started. So yeah, the way this is written is so, like, disconcerting. And yeah, it's so unevenly paced and everything else. So we'll get as far as we can. Oh, that thing that feels like you snorted water up your nose. Oh, ow. That's not a good feeling, ever. I want to laugh at his response. I feel his pain, but I remain impassive. She did, I admit, though you should have caught up. You're both trained in defensive driving. Yes, sir. Don't let it happen again. Yes, sir, Mr. Gray. He looks a little contrite. Sir, he says, the unsub didn't follow us. He or she arrived shortly before you were leaving. I logged the exact time and when I noticed the car. It was 14:53, and they did not exit the vehicle. They knew where you were. I pale. What does that mean? Means they knew where you were! Like, again, this guy is supposed to be a self-made billionaire and he's too stupid to exist. Someone could be watching your parents' house, sir, or watching us here. Though I think we would have noticed if we were followed to Bellevue. Shit. Precisely. I've written a report for you and forwarded it to Taylor and Mr. Welch. I'll read it. Where's Ryan? He's still on the road to Portland. Still? Yes. Let's hope the unsub runs out of gas, Sawyer says. Why do you think the driver is a woman, I ask. From a brief glimpse that I got, I thought their hair was tied back. That's not definitive. No, sir. Keep me updated. Will do. Yeah, men can have long hair. And for all you know, it could be a wig. Like, thank you, Luke. You can go. He turns without a word and leaves my study while I sit back down at my desk, relieved that I don't have to fire him or Ryan, though I'll be glad when Taylor's back with us tomorrow evening. I contemplate Sawyer's theory. Perhaps someone is watching my parents' place. But why? I should call my father, but I don't want to worry him. Or my mother. See, again, so he's leaving his parents vulnerable. Somebody who has already tried to kill him by crashing a helicopter and has firebombed the server room in his office. But, like, who's to say they're not going to throw a Molotov cocktail through the window of your parents' house? And burn the whole place to the ground while they're asleep at 4 o'clock in the morning? Like, you need to call them and tell them. Shit. What do I do? You, act like a grown-up. My iMac has been nagging me about the latest update to its operating system, so I decide to install it. What? And open my laptop to check emails and Sawyer's report. What? How are we hard cutting from him being worried somebody is watching his parents' place to saying, I need to update my iMac? What in the actual fuck? I'm reading when my phone buzzes. Marnie, I answer, surprised he's contacting me on a Sunday. Welcome home, Mr. Gray. Thank you. What is it? I've been going through the CCTV footage in the server room and I've uncovered something. You have? Yes, sir. I couldn't wait until tomorrow to share it with you. I hope you don't mind. But I figured you'd want to know. I'll email you a link and you can take a look for yourself. You figured right. Email it to me right now. Doing it. Will you stay on the line? Yes, sir. I'm anxious for you to see. I smile. Barney's protective of his server room. I bet he's as pissed as I am at the unwelcome breach. His email pops in my inbox. I open it and click on the link, and I'm taken to a site I've not seen before. There are 4 different boxes, and they all look like they might be monochrome views of my server room at Gray House. Barney, you there? Yes, Mr. Gray. What am I looking at? This is the DEH security hub. If you click the play button in the menu on the left-hand side of the screen at the top. What play button is at the fucking top of the screen? Ever. The footage from all the cameras with the server room will play. I do as I'm asked. He's too stupid to know how to... One, he doesn't recognize the security feed from his own goddamn company. And two, he's too stupid to notice a play button and click it. Again, E.L. James is notoriously technologically illiterate. That's why the Crackberry references and the iMac and why they email instead of text, even though it was being written in like 2005. Like, but this is so far beyond. He's supposed to, again, I remind everyone that even though in this retelling, his company has changed hats, literally, to be a financial company, a financial investment company that has a telecom division. In the original story, he ran a fucking telecom company. That's what they fucking did. And yet you want me to believe that he doesn't recognize his own in-house security feed and he's too stupid to know how to play a video. And again, what fucking program has the play button in the bar at the top of the screen? Yeah, I'm like, what? Yeah, this is my thought. E.L. James' inability to be an author, shining through, no page count, zero chapter control, fighting with editors. Yeah, like notoriously by this point, she had shunned all editors. No, that is notoriously true. That yeah, she just refused at some point. As did J.K. Rowling, and look what the last two Harry Potter books are like. They're garbage because they're both authors who got so full of themselves and had their heads so far up their ass and their egos so huge that they were like, no, I don't need an editor. I've sold billions of dollars. I'm the best author ever. Like, you know, get out of my way, bitch. Move. And it's like, no. Act like an adult. That's adorable. You think they're adults in this book? Thank you for Snickety. You're so right. And thank you. Oh, you are awesome. I know, he doesn't know how to play a goddamn video, and he runs an international conglomerate. I know. Oh, I know, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's so dumb. The footage plays 4 different views of the room. At the bottom center of each feed, there's a date with a timer. It reads 08, 10, 11, 7, 07, 03, 10, 05. Okay, I'm sorry. The way this is written is so fucked up because it's not possible. And the milliseconds on the clock fly by, except she's got too many numbers. There's too... Joking on nothing. Okay, looky here. Class, here's our lesson for today on how numbers work. She's got too many numbers. Because the 0703 is fine, but 07 is the hour, 03 is the minutes, and then 10 is the milliseconds, and then 05. There is no security camera in the world. Like, most of them wouldn't even have milliseconds. You would have to, like, add that or turn it on or something, or it'd be an extra expense. Especially, again, this is set in, I think, 04? So this is over 20 years ago? There's no way the security camera would well, it's not no way, but it's unlikely that it would have had milliseconds. And again, there's too many numbers. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's literally just wrong. Via these 4 views, I watch a tall, slim man enter the room. He has scruffy dark hair. He's in pale, possibly white coveralls. He walks to one of the servers, bends to the floor, and places a small black item that's hard to identify between 2 of the server cabinets. He stands and glances down at his handiwork, then, keeping his face fixed on the door, leaves. Seriously, this is the security you fucking have in your fucking server room? You deserve for it to be blown up. This is him? I believe so, sir. He's not anyone we can identify, and that's where the incendiary device was found. That's over a week ago. How the fuck did he get in there? So he set a time delay bomb that went off a week later and nobody found it? Because again, you have no security whatsoever? The pass that correlates to the time of entry to the server room was issued to the cleaning crew. What? How the hell did he get a hold of that? Because the cleaning crew left it on their cart while they went in a room to clean it and somebody lifted it, you fucking idiot. You can do it at hotels, it works great. Exactly. We'll have to check that out tomorrow. The footage freezes. Oh, so I sent you something without a full answer? I'd be firing this guy. I'm officially firing this guy, because what the fuck are you doing? Sending me this, saying, oh, yeah, he got a pass from the cleaning crew, but what, you just haven't looked into that yet? You don't have an answer to me on which member of the cleaning crew? You haven't spoken to them, figured out how somebody got a hold of their pass, and then figured out how we're going to make sure this never, ever happens again? You're fired. You're fired for being an incompetent twit, and who came running to me with what you think is like a gold shiny thing, trying to get praise. You're not what I need. Fuck off. Go to hell. Never talk to me again. You're fired, and I'm writing you a bad review. Do your fucking job or don't, but don't fucking half-ass it and run to me looking for a cookie. I'd be so pissed. He'd be fired, and I'd be ripping him up one side and down the other. This would so not fly. I'd be livid. Absolutely fucking livid. Did you just stop the feeds, I ask? Yes, sir. Can you put these in a sequence? Yes, sir. Quickly? I can do it now. Has Welch seen them? His team notified me of it. They've been combing the footage. Oh, so somebody else knew about this before. And I'm assuming when he asked, why didn't you show me this, which he better do, they're going to say because we weren't done looking into it. So you went over and around somebody else who's higher than you to bring it to the boss first to try and make yourself look good. You're beyond fired. You're fired, and I'm telling everyone I know to never hire you because you're incompetent, self-serving, and useless. A moment or so later, my screen changes so I'm only looking at one feed. I press play again, and each time the sequence is longer, cutting between views. Okay, so somebody's streaming this and editing in real time in, like, 2001? No, they're not. Each time one view finishes, I press play for the next. I can try and enhance the image, Barney says, his enthusiasm bubbling over his tone. Also, again, you're so fired. He wants to nail this son of a bitch, too. Do. The image on my screen changes. It's sharper. So yeah, you can just... Yeah, you can what? He pressed zoom and enhance? He did what Liam Neeson did to the kiosk outside the airport that is magic that doesn't exist? This is from like the same time. That was bullshit too. Suddenly my study door opens. I look up surprised, about to rebuke the intruder. It's Anna. So, you can't enhance it further? I ask Barney. Let me try something. He's silent as Anna walks towards me with a look of quiet determination. And before I can do or say anything, she crawls into my lap. I think that's as good as it's going to get, Barney says. Anna puts her arms around my neck and snuggles beneath my chin, and I tighten my hold on her. I'm sorry, is she a fucking cat? Because I'm sorry, she's a grown-ass woman who just crawled into his lap and is tucking her head under his chin. Basically, she's a living, like, stress ball right now. Except one he can bend over the desk and fuck. And, you know, and she's just curling up on his lap as this comfort sex object to appease him because he's mad. Quote Elliot from Leverage, where do they find these guys? Yes. CSI approach, run it down, enhance it, yes! Because camera technology is magic. Oh. He has the worst staff of anybody ever. Is something wrong? Oh, this is him thinking in his head because she just came in and curled up on his lap like a kitty. Yes. Barney, could you hold on one moment? Yes, sir. I lift one shoulder to trap and hold my phone. Anna, what's wrong? She shakes her head, refusing to answer me. I grasp her chin and study her face, but her expression is unreadable. She frees her chin from my fingers and cuddles into me. Oh, is this where she's figured out she's pregnant? I have no idea what's wrong, and frankly, I'm too engrossed in what Barney has found. I drop a kiss on her head. Okay, Barney, what were you saying? Yeah, I'll just ignore the fact that she's come in here and cuddling me in obvious distress, and I couldn't possibly hang up my goddamn call that is getting me nowhere and say, call me back in an hour when you have something for me. I can enhance the picture a little more. I press play, and the grainy black and white image of the arsonist appears on screen. I press play once more, and the arsonist moves closer to the camera. I freeze the frame. Okay, Barney, one more time. Let me see what I can do. This is so much goddamn bullshit. A dashed box appears around the head of the arsonist and suddenly zooms in. Anna sits up and stares at the image. Is Barney doing this? She asks. You could not stream this and enhance it in real time. You would struggle the fuck to do that today, and he's watching on a crappy laptop. Christian, she whispers. Oh, wait. Can you sharpen the picture at all? I ask him. The picture blurs, then refocuses, moderately sharper on the asshole. He's looking down at the floor. Anna tenses and squints at the screen. Christian, she whispers, that's Jack Hyde. What? You think. I squint at the image. It's the line of the jaw. Anna points to the screen following the monochromatic line of his chin. And the earrings, and the shape of his shoulders. He's the right build, too. He must be wearing a wig or cut and dyed his hair. Okay, I'm sorry. You're looking at an overhead view of your standard average white American male, average build, dark hair, and he's looking down, and yet she's saying of a guy that she worked for like a week that she recognizes him by his shoulders and the line of his jaw, which I promise you, if he's like this and the camera is here, which it is, you can't see the line of his jaw. No, Barney hasn't found shit, and he came running to the boss looking for a Scooby snack, and that's why I would have fired his ass immediately. Like I said, I would have fired this guy so hard, because also none of this, like just to put it out there for idiots, none of this is possible. None of this is fucking possible the way it's being written. Absolutely fucking not. Especially in 2001, not fucking happening. Even today, you would literally struggle to do this. 45 minutes, and then I get to be somewhere so much better. And do something about food because I'm hungry. Forgot where I am. I feel the blood drain from my face. Hyde. Jack fucking Hyde. She really could not have picked a worse goddamn fucking name. Honey, are you getting this? I put the phone down and switched to hands-free, then whispered to Anna, "You seem to have studied your ex-boss in some detail, Mrs. Gray." I fucking knew it! 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 I knew it! I didn't say it! I should have said it! Why do I keep giving this book the benefit of a doubt? No, when there's a chance for him to be a horribly abusive douchebag, he always takes it, because I knew he was going to berate her, saying, "What? You were into him? You were looking at his body? You thought he was hot? How can you recognize somebody that you worked for a week, like months ago, and you should have completely forgotten about who sexually assaulted you and tried to rape you, and, like, I knew I was going to blame her. He's such a goddamn bastard. I want him dead. I want to cut off his balls and watch him bleed out, like in Hostel, the first Hostel movie, where she rips off the guy's balls and says, let him bleed to death. I think that's the second one. It's the second one. Is it? I can't remember. I'm confusing the Hostel movies. No, it's the first one. It's the first one. Right? I don't know. I didn't watch those enough. But I think it's the first one. But yes, she rips off the guy's balls and says, let him bleed to death. I want to do that to Christian Grey so goddamn fucking much right now. Oh. Someone make it go away. How do I have 450 pages of this left? Anna grimaces and shudders while anger surges like sulfuric acid through me. Honey, just pick up the letter opener and slit his throat, please. You will definitely get off on self-defense. Yes, sir, I heard Mrs. Gray and I'm running facial recognition software on all the digitized CCTV footage right now. No, you're fucking not. No, you're fucking not. And also, if you had that ability, which you fucking don't, why hadn't you already done that if you have enough of a face to run it? You're seeing why I fired this guy like 6 pages ago? See where else this asshole, I'm sorry, ma'am, this man has been within the organization. Why would he do this, Anna asked. I shrugged, trying to mask my rage. Fucking Hyde. I put a stop to his creepy shit, fired him, punched him, and broke his nose. Actually, you didn't. Your security did. Taylor did that, not you. You didn't do a goddamn thing. I'm sorry, did you forget that, like, Christian Grey never talked to Jack Hyde? They've never met? They never met because Anastasia was like, don't leave me. And so he was on the street cuddling her and he literally pointed to Taylor and said, like, okay, you go beat him up. And then he did. So it was Taylor who beat the shit out of the Jack Hyde. Christian Grey has only met him the one time at the bar. And he didn't punch him. So now he's like saying he punched him and broke his nose. No, he didn't. Even in this retelling, no, he didn't. It's literally just wrong. hire someone named Barney Fife. If that was, I swear to God, if that is why he is called Barney, because he's meant to be the incompetent bumbling stooge to Welch being the Andy Griffin, I would totally get that. Oh, why do I look like I have a black eye? I'm not wearing black eyeliner. Fuck. It's probably not something. It's fine. Barney Fife at least accepted that he could be incompetent. Yes. Barney Fife wasn't trying to say he was Captain America. Don Knotts was great in that role. I also saw him in I don't know what it's called now. I wish I did. It was a movie that he did. It was a little like kind of Forrest Gump before Forrest Gump, a little bit. It was Don Knotts, and he was a guy who worked at like a carnival fairground on a space ride. So he would dress up as an astronaut, but he was like terrified of heights or something. And he wound up getting recruited because like it was like probably an 80s movie, but it was like it was set in like the 60s when the America was in the space race with the Soviets, and so the Soviets sent a chimpanzee into space by saying like it's so easy a monkey can do it, and so America was like we need to find the stupidest person we can and send them into space to prove anyone can do it, and so he gets actually sent to space through like it's one of those like misunderstanding comedy movies. I don't know what it's called. The Apple Dumpling Gang. No, not that one. I don't know that one, actually. I've never seen that one. But no, this was a different one of his, and I don't remember what it's called. I wish I did, because it was funny. Or I remember laughing, or something like that. I think I only probably saw it once. But I don't remember. It was definitely Don Knotts. And yeah, he was a guy who works at a carnival show that gets sent into space, like, kind of involuntarily. But yeah, it was based. I know it was based on a book. It might have been based on like Lawnmower Man. From what I know about that, not that I've seen that, but I've heard tell of what it was based on. And I know multiple movies came out of it. But it was a comedy movie. I don't remember. Revenge, perhaps, I offered darkly. I don't know. You can't fathom why some people behave the way they do. I'm just angry that you ever worked so closely with him. They didn't work closely. She sat at a desk outside his office and failed to get his coffee and lunch order right for a week. We have to get this information to the police, the FBI, and Welch. Though he has some explaining to do. Hyde is obviously not in Florida. Why the hell did Welch think he was? I need to talk to him. And maybe, given all this time, Hyde may have sulked back to his apartment here in Seattle. Excuse me. Welch needs to find him sooner rather than later, and if he does, I hope I get to punch that fucker's lights out again. Okay, so confirming, by the way, confirming the D.L. James, because he just said again, when he is not the one who confronted Hyde. Not in the original series, not in this retelling. He is not the one who confronted Hyde, and she obviously forgot that when writing this, and there was nobody there to correct her, so that is just a blatant goddamn error, because Christian Grey never punched this guy. One thing's for sure, I need to keep him away from my wife and keep her safe. Well, the two of you could just fly to, like, Majorca or something, or Madrid, or, Estonia. Fly to Shanghai province, China, on a private flight under false names. Like, go to New Zealand for a week. It's beautiful. Like, you have money and options. And distance is the best safety you can get. We have the contents of his hard drive too, sir, Barney adds. Yeah, his work hard drive? Yeah, I'm sure there's incriminating shit on there. Because, duh. I interrupt Barney with the first thought that comes into my mind. Yes, I remember. Do you have an address for Mr. Hyde? I don't want to alarm Anna with the details of what was on Hyde's old computer. Okay, so now are we saying that there was... I'm sorry, are we saying there was incriminating, potentially illegal shit on his work computer? Because who keeps that shit on their work computer, for one? And again, he's still keeping secrets when her not knowing this could endanger her life, and does ultimately end up doing exactly that. Yes, sir, I do, Barney says. Alert Welch. Welch needs to make sure Hyde's not back home. Sure will. I'm also going to scan the city CCTV and see if I can track his movement. Okay, explain this to me. Because there's no way in hell. I'm sorry, this is about the 4th time throughout the series that either Welch or Barney or Christian Grey himself have said they somehow have access to the city CCTV feeds. No, you fucking don't. There's not a chance in goddamn hell that you legally have access and permission to use those feeds for your personal reasons at all. Those are not public. They are not publicly accessible. They are not viewable to the public. This is insane. There's no way he is not doing hella illegal stuff, and I mean federal jail time 20 years before you blink, and I don't care how good your lawyers are, stuff to get access to that. Or, hear me out, he could hire competent security personnel. Yes, for Snickety. If Sasha's awake, give her some belly rubs for me if she wants. But also, always cuddle to Sasha. Because she likes it and she deserves it, and I love her floppy ears and her belly. Love on a puppy for me. Mine's in a coma under his puppy bed. Keeping naughty or illegal stuff on a work computer happens more often than you would think and doesn't get caught nearly enough. Seriously? Because every work computer I've ever had was so loaded with spyware it barely functioned. So I would think they would know the second I downloaded porn. You know, but I have my own system for that. I got my porno bookmarks on my phone, you know, for bedtime. City CCTV, no fucking way in hell. Even the police have to get warrants and go through multiple steps to access the system. Correct! Thank you, Link, for having a brain in your head that works. Unlike this author. Because, yeah, we have, like, city CCTV feeds here, too. And, yes, the police even have to get a warrant. They have to have a goddamn good reason to access it. They have to have a specific date, time, like, intersection. Usually it's for car accidents is usually why. To see, like, who was in the wrong, who had the right of way, who didn't. That's usually why. But yeah, they got to go through all kind of, like, and they can't make it public. Like, sometimes it can't even be used at trial, depending. Like, sometimes it can, sometimes it can't, but it's a very delicate process. There's a lot of privacy involved and a lot of laws around it, and you better dot every I, cross every T, and jump through every goddamn hoop, because it ain't easy. Even if they had CCTV, E.L. James is confusing England's system to the US. Yes. Yes, she is. Because, again, she's British. And London, England, not London, Ontario, which is close to me, but London, England, does in fact have the high number of CCTV cameras, it's per square foot or something, of anywhere in the world. They have the most of anywhere in the world. Which I believe is still true to this day. But yeah, depending where you are in the US, there might not even be that much. Granted, they are in Seattle, which is a major city. You know, it is a big city, so they definitely have some. But they're probably not going to have them everywhere. I don't know if they have any outside his office. Like, he is in the downtown business district. There's probably a few cameras, but they're mostly for, like, traffic lights. They're traffic light cams. They're highway cams. They're not, like... Yeah, I don't even know what you would be able to see, but there's no way in hell random business guy, no matter how powerful or rich he is getting access to that. There's just no fucking way in hell. Seattle 20 years ago, not as expensive as London 20 years ago. Absolutely. Yes, and also 20 years ago, I'd forgotten. Yeah, 20 years ago, maybe the highways and the on-ramps would have had them. I don't even know if the business district would have had them. Like, yeah, that long ago? Possibly pre 9/11? Like, yeah, there really wouldn't have been that much. More private than public, city owned. Yeah, absolutely. Ring cams, like ring cams, put any city to shame these days. How do I still have a red mark? See this red mark? This was a bug bite from like 2 weeks ago. That I still have a bit of a raised bump there. I'm allergic to whatever bit me because it swelled up like mad. But how is there still a red mark? It's been like 3 weeks. It's not itchy anymore, thank God, but it's still a little bit raised, which is very weird. Because I've had bug bites from things I'm allergic to before, but usually they go way faster than this. So I'm like, it's annoying me that there's still like a blemish on my skin. It's not out of vanity, it's just about it should have healed by now. See if I can track his movements. Check what vehicle he owns. Sir, because they have access to the DMV, I'm guessing? What? How? Why? Don't ask. He's rich and charming and handsome and powerful. Therefore, he can do everything! Barney can do all this? Hannah whispers, clearly impressed. I would not be impressed. I'd be fucking terrified. I nod, feeling a little smug that he works for me. Dick measuring contest for one. What was on his hard drive, she asks. I shake my head. Nothing much. Tell me. No. So now he's just blatantly telling her, no, I'm not going to tell you. Was it about you or me? She's not going to drop this. Me, I sigh. What sort of things? About your lifestyle? No. I shake my head and place my index finger on her lips. We're not alone, Anna. She scowls at me but keeps quiet. It's a 2006 Camaro. Wow, I've never seen the word Camaro written down before. That's why I was tripping over it. But Camaro, that's Camaro, right? I've never seen it written down before, but I've heard it. It's gotta be Camaro. I think I'm right. Barney pipes up excited. I'll send the license details to Welch too. Okay, so you have this guy's like car registry and his license. There's no way this is legal. PIs have access to more databases than the average person. Yeah, because they pay for it. If you pay for it, it's shocking what kind of information you can get. And again, here, being a PI is not really a thing in Canada because you would violate way too many privacy laws. And so you having a personal investigator's license doesn't give you any more access than the average citizen at all. It's a job. You want to do it, fine, but you don't get any special treatment or special access from it. I'm sure he has them, but it doesn't hurt to be sure. Good. Let me know where else that fucker has been in my building. And check this image against one from his SIP personnel file. Want to be sure we have a match. Already done, sir, and Mrs. Gray is correct. This is Jack Hyde. Oh, she's just that good. And suddenly, by the way, you're able to just recognize this guy because she said, oh, I think it's him. And you hadn't run it through the database of people that you fired in the last, year. Really? 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 And this is the guy he's impressed with? Really? Yes to Camaro. Thank you, Cerebellum. Yeah, I've really just never seen it written down before. And that's a dyslexia thing with, new words. My brain goes, what? And then it's like, oh, that's how that word that I've heard 100 times is spelled? Huh. Anna grins, practically preening. She's so pleased with herself. As she should be. Okay, like, kill them both. I run my hand down her back, proud of her. I want to burn that, and I'm going to. Well done, Mrs. Gray. To Barney, I add, let me know when we've tracked all of his movements at HQ. Also, check out any other GAH property he may have had access to. And let the security teams know they can make another sweep of all those buildings. Yeah, because doing that right now would accomplish what the fuck? Like, sir. Thanks, Barney. I hang up the phone. Well, Mrs. Gray, it seems you're not only decorate. I'm gonna vomit. I officially swear off eating for the rest of the night because it'll make me puke. Because he says the following. Well, Mrs. Gray, it seems that you are not only decorative, but useful too. Decorative. If I'm married to you and you call me that, we're getting a divorce. In his defense, he's also impressed by Anastasia, so easily impressed. Thank you for sneaking. You're so right. You are so right. Because, oh my God, but you are so right. Chutzpah gave me some troubles, especially since I read it before I heard it pronounced, and it took me way too long to connect the two. Yeah, no, you have legitimate, though. That is legitimate, because that is a word that, A, it's in another language, because that's Hebrew, and, having a silent letter when you don't know how the conjugations work in literally another language, totally legit reason for not understanding that something that is spelled like that is pronounced chutzpah. I grew up around way too many Jewish people, so I know a smattering of Hebrew. By that I mean I know like 5 goddamn words. But I can pronounce them correctly because I've heard them, but only because I've heard them. If you're asking me to read, hell no. I'm the most incompetent person in the room if you're asking me to read. Wait, I'm highlighting the decorative line. He's not getting away with that. No way in hell. Decorative. Very. I press a soft kiss to her lips. You're much more decorative than I am, Mr. Gray. Again, because he's supposed to be Adonis. I wind her braid around my wrist and hold her. Okay, by the way, if he's winding she has like long hair, but it's like barely past her shoulders. So he's winding it around his wrist. His hand is like up here and he's breaking her neck for like the 47th time in this one chapter. Thank God it's 20 minutes till I'm out of here because I'm so done and hungry. Do I want a sandwich? I don't have sandwich stuff. I don't want bread right now. I want bread and sugar. Those don't go together. Oh, French vanilla latte would be so good right now. Yeah, they make like a cappuccino, like a latte powder stuff that you can like make at home. I bought it once. It was pretty good actually. Like not quite as good as getting it from Timmy's, but it was actually pretty good for like a For like a powder mix, it actually was decent. I actually liked it. I think they still make that. I'm sure they do. Timmy's has got so much like at home stuff now. Like they have legitimate shelf space at your grocery store now. Some of it's good, some of it's not. But ever since they hooked up and got taken over by Burger King, their food's been absolute shit. Oh, I hear a puppy. I wind her braid around my wrist and hold her, pouring my gratitude into a deep and tender kiss. She's done so much today, and identified our perpetrator. She pulls away. Hungry? I ask. No. I am, I confess. For what? She eyes me warily. Well, food, actually. She giggles. I'll make you something. I love that sound. Of me offering you food? You're giggling. I kiss her head and she eases herself off my lap. So what would you like to eat, sir? She asks with faux sweetness. She's making fun of me. Again. I narrow my eyes. Are you being cute, Mrs. Gray? Always, Mr. Gray. Sir. I see how it is. Hey, are they about to fuck again? Because I can't take any more goddamn sex scenes. I can still put you over my knee, I whisper. Frankly, not much would give me greater pleasure. Okay, stop it! I know. Anna grins and places her hands on the arms of my office chair. She bends down and kisses me. That's one of the things I love about you. But stow your twitching palm. You're hungry. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? Kill it with fire, now. You're going to answer my question. What would you like to eat? Something light. Surprise me. I'll see what I can do. She turns and struts out of my office like she owns the place, which, of course, as my wife, she does, because we, as the reader, needed to be told your bullshit. I call Welch to interrogate him about what Barney and Anna have uncovered. Hide. Well, usually gruff, his voice is high-pitched with incredulity. By the way, every time I say hide, I'm flashing to the Wednesday show. Which is much better than this crap. Even though the second season is crap, it's still better crap than this. Yes, in my fucking server room. We tracked his cell phone to Orlando. It's been there ever since. We assumed he's staying with his mother as the phone was tracked to her condominium in Orlando. There's no record of him traveling elsewhere. Well, he's here. I take a deep breath, trying to keep a lid on my frustration. And seriously, only thing you had was tracking his phone, which he could have, put in the mail to throw you off. Hashtag Team Hide for Snickety. I love you. I love you so much. He sighs, obviously annoyed. So it would seem. I'll put the team straight on this. I don't know how he slipped through our fingers. I'll make inquiries and find out how and where we messed up. Well, that would be from the beginning, so fire everyone, including yourself. You do that. I want to know. It's a damn shame there are no prints from the server room, he says. None? No. Hell, he was probably wearing gloves, though it's difficult to tell from the footage. I speculate. Perhaps Hyde's prints are on file somewhere. Also, the server room caught on fire. That tends to, eradicate evidence. It's kind of the point of fire most of the time. Interesting thought. In fact, the FBI recovered a partial print but has no match. From Charlie Tango, I ask. Yes. Why didn't you let me know? They didn't have a match. It's only a partial print. Welch explains. Could Hyde be behind the sabotage of my EC 135? The fact that you have not considered this. Again, why is he so stupid? How is he in charge of shit when he's fucking stupid? And you should have told him you had a partial print, because you know what they could have done? Fingerprinted the goddamn office he worked in for God knows how long.
He worked in that office for 6 months, a year? His fingerprints are going to be on everything, and no one's been using it since. So you definitely could have lifted his prints definitively from his office, keyboard, desk, chair, wall, coffee maker, everything.
In the absence of any other suspects, I think it's a possibility. Welch's gravelly voice echoes over the phone. We had him on our list of suspects, and he was right there this whole time. I can't believe it. We dismissed him for 3 reasons. Here's somebody who knows they should be fired and is fighting for their job. However, I gotta get up for a second because the ladies' room is calling. I will be back in 2 shakes. I know we're nearly done, but I really gotta pee. So please don't be mean. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'll be as quick as a bunny. Love on your pets while I'm gone. He wouldn't be in this predicament if he hadn't bought a fucking company to keep his wife entertained and under his thumb, so it's kind of all his fault. Yes, it is. Yes, it is all his fault. I fully support you, Persnickety. You got it right. Yes. It is all his fault. It fucking is. It really, really, really is. Water good. But no, it is all his fault. We dismissed him for 3 reasons, Welch clarifies. First, we thought he was in Florida. He'd not been in his apartment in Seattle for some time, but we'll check on that now. Second, he's not withdrawn any cash from an ATM in the Seattle area. How in the fuck would you fucking know that? There's no legal way that they know that. None. And third, his misdeeds seem limited to harassing female colleagues. Oh, like guys who are potential rapists never escalate? Really? Really, bitch? Excuse me. But no, they never escalate because that would be, smart. You should let the FBI know about all of this, I say. I'll brief them, he said. Yeah, I'm sure the FBI is going to let your idiot security just, call them in for a briefing like you're in charge of shit, you motherfucking loser. Because that's how the FBI works. And then changes tact. Sawyer's informed me about the chase. I think my parents' house is being watched. It's a possibility. We'll need to track this Dodge down to be sure. The driver could have been Hyde. Yes, in light of what you've uncovered, could be. Given that he still poses a threat, I think we should provide security for all my family. And how are you going to explain this to all of your family? That's a good idea. There were extensive details about all of them on Hyde's computer. You should consider letting your parents know. I sigh. I don't want to alarm my family. Okay, so how are you going to assign security to every member of your family without them knowing? I'm sorry, but this is stupid. This is beyond stupid. This whole thing is stupid. All these books are stupid. But this is now getting into completely fucking retarded lunatic. You would have to have several lobotomies to even think of this territory. How are you going to assign security to every member of your goddamn family, and what? They're just going to accept it? You're just going to say, because I need to, but I can't tell you why, and that's okay with like 9 different people? No, it's not! And again, when somebody is under threat and you don't tell them they're under threat, you put them at greater risk because they're not paying attention and looking for signs of potentially being lured into a trap or into danger, or like they're not aware or at heightened senses. Also, persnickety is right. Since when does he give a flying fuck about his family's feelings? I only read the first part of that. I thought you were going to say about his family's lives, because yeah, he wouldn't care if they were all dead. Really, honest to God, it would probably make his life easier, because he wouldn't have to go to family dinners and like pretend he gives a fuck or justify himself or put on his like, person suit. And that's a Hannibal deep cut reference. He wouldn't have to put on his person suit around them, which he clearly does. But how are you going to provide security to people? Also, the fact that there were personal details about all of them on the computer, which is new, by the way, because originally, there were only details about him, not his whole family, just him. So that's been modified as well. And like, oh, lost the bookmark, jamming it back in place because we're not getting to the end of the chapter. There's only 7 minutes left, and I'm not powering through 8 pages in 7 minutes. We'll concentrate our efforts on locating Hyde. So he's somehow going to provide security for them, but not tell them. Find him. We'll redouble our efforts. You'd better, I warn. Barney will be in touch, and you can submit the server room footage as evidence to the police. I'll talk to my dad and get back to you. You're saying the police didn't already, demand or get a warrant for all the security room footage of the server room where a bomb was set off? I'll talk to my dad and get back to you. Yes, sir, we'll get on it. He hangs up. I call my parents' landline, but it diverts to the answering machine. I try my dad's cell, but it goes straight through to voicemail. They must be at evening mass. Since when are his parents so goddamn Catholic that they're going to evening mass in the middle of the goddamn week? I leave a message asking Dad to call me in the morning. I gather Gia Mateo's plans and go in search of my wife and food. Placing the plans on the kitchen island, I stroll over to Anna, who, I have to say, looks fetching, even in sweatpants and her camisole. She's preparing some food. The mashed avocado looks good. Oh, now I'm really going to barf. I fold my arms around her and kiss her neck. Barefoot and in the kitchen, I whisper into her fragrant skin, because we could not be foreshadowing harder that she's knocked up. She's barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Someone kill me. Shouldn't that be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen? Pregnant? I tense. Shit. No. Kids? Hell no. Not yet, I state as I try to calm my suddenly spiked heart rate. Yeah, this is divorce material, darling. No, not yet. Anna sounds as panicked as me. Yeah, she knows she's lying. I take a deep breath. On that we can agree, Mrs. Gray. Okay, if I'm her, I'm sorry. She's still early enough that, you take a pill and pretend to go to bed with the flu for a couple days and he won't ever know. And that's exactly what I would do. And I would not feel bad about it in any goddamn fucking way ever. He's the type to send them a text saying, upping security, someone wants you dead, nothing more. Yes! Another part where Christian just breaks character because reasons. James doesn't know how to write characters. No, because none of them are characters. None of them pass the fucking smell test of, to call something a character
there is an outline somewhere. I forget where it comes from, but there is an outline somewhere that if you are analyzing a literary character, you hold them up to this metric and you must be able to fill in the blanks, basically. And if you cannot fill in all the blanks about that character from what is in the text, you are not allowed to interpret or infer from what is blatantly written. You must answer this metric. And if you cannot fill in every slot that is there, then it does not pass the test as being a character.
And both Christian Grey and Anastasia Steele do not pass that test. They do not exist as fully formed, well-rounded, reasonable, could exist in real life characters. It's part of what I ran into editing my own self on my part 3, because I had at times my main character going against themselves because it was easier. And guess what? I fucking pulled my big girl panties on and I changed it. Even though I don't always like it, I was true to my character and how they would react to something, and I made it work. I didn't have them suddenly be out of character or break character just to serve the story or my own personal limitations. I got through it and I made it work in character, even though it was hard and it took several weeks and a lot of personal, not so happy moments. I still made it work and kept it in character because that's what you do. Oy vey. She stopped smashing the avocado. You do want kids, though, don't you? Yeah, this is the kind of thing you talk about before you get married. Yes, sure. Eventually. But I'm not ready to share you yet. I kiss her neck. One day, sure. And probably through a surrogate, because he won't want her to, quote, ruin her body. And mostly he's concerned about her ruining her vagina, let's be clear. What are you making? Looks good. I nuzzle her ear. She quivers and gives me a wicked grin. Subs, she smirks. God, I love this woman's sense of humor. You're mashing avocados to make subs? Ew, gross. Also, just mashed avocado. Please don't. I nip her earlobe. My favorite. I whisper in her ear, and I'm rewarded with a poke in my side from her elbow. Mrs. Grey, you wound me. I clutch my damaged side in a performance worthy of an Oscar winner. Okay, just pick up the marble cutting board and bash him in the head with it several times. No one's watching. Wimp, Anna teases. Wimp. Playfully, I slap her behind. Hurry up with my food, wench. And later I'll show you how wimpy I can be. This is supposed to be enticing. And also, again, use of the word wench is grounds for your sleeping on the couch. I spank her again and head to the fridge. Would you like a glass of wine, I ask. Anna flashes me a quick smile. Please. Okay, so I'm going to hope she doesn't know she's pregnant at this time, and that I'm misreading the timeline, but otherwise she shouldn't be drinking, and there's a page break here, so I'm taking advantage. It is midnight. We did not get through the page count. We were supposed to get like 8 more pages. It's almost a full hour behind, but we didn't. That's fine. There's plenty of this book. I'm not going to begrudge it, or myself. But we are literally drawing a line. That is where we got to. 'Tis the appointed hour. And I am so done with all this hot garbage because there was so much of it tonight. There's so much. There's so many layers. Again, we still have this much left. This much. Over half. We're still over half. We're on page 315. Out of 755. I'm going to enjoy burning this most of all. Yes, the kitchen exchange was supposed to be enticing. Yes, it was supposed to be flirty and sexual and enticing. And yes, it entirely was. And you are entirely correct that it was very, very much not. But that is going to do it for this evening, ladies and germs. So, Oh, he just gets worse and worse. Like, I need to permanently have this on screen. Just permanently, just up in the corner, up in this corner, just have a little permanently waving red flag right about there. Yeah, just have a permanently gently waving red flag just right there. We should do that. Because he is a walking red goddamn flag. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, he's blatantly abusive. He's blatantly abusive. And there's no, you can't argue with it because it's right there. As I said, that will do it because I desperately need to get some food and some decompression time and cuddle my puppy stress ball wherever he is. I think he's on the couch. I won't wake him, but he'll wake up as soon as he hears me stop talking. But that is going to do it for Bad Erotica Book Club for this week. I hope excuse me for my hiccups. I hope everyone had a very good time in spite of the horrific trash that we're reading. I hope I was at least funny and you found me entertaining and you had a good time. Please love yourself, love on a fur baby, and come back next week. Consider sponsoring a duck. We got one, but there's still plenty more. And also, I am unhandcuffed, which is never a good thing. I should always be in handcuffs. That would certainly be my preference, or a spiked bra. I'll take either. But next week, hopefully, we get some more engagement. But everyone was great tonight. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you for Snickety, Link, Deacon. I think those are the only 3 people who actually commented. Though there are more of you watching, feel free to comment. Please speak up in the chat. Share your opinion, your thoughts, your ridicule, your whatever. We always want to hear from you. So until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Thank you for being here. Please come back next week. Love yourself and love on a fur baby. Until next week, enjoy your weekend. Goodbye, everyone. Good night.